Welcome along, guys. It is finally time for the ERA 4-hour endurance of Watkins Glen. Now, while we're in the practice session, just before the race starts, for people to get acclimatized, we'll go through the teams, a little bit about the track, and get ready for the next 4 hours. Absolutely amazing racing action, as ACC always does give. And of course, having a look on the ERA website as well. So if you're looking to get involved with racing, the league racing is all hosted by ERA on their website at Evolution Racing Academy. The link will be in the description. I would recommend anyone who's starting out with sim racing or as an experienced sim racer that wants a diverse community to race in. There's a license system there as well, so make sure that you're racing against specifically people who you will have a chance fighting as well. So it will appeal to everybody, whether you're a beginner, medium, or advanced. So whether you're a part-time racer, full-time sim racer, whatever it may be, give them a shout. They do host some events on SimGrid like this one, where they do the one-off events, but the main league racing is all done through their own website and their own resources. So yeah, just a bit about Watkins Glen. It's a 3.4 mile road course that offers a unique blend of high-speed straights, technical corners, and elevation change as well. So it's quite a challenging circuit to master. Originally, it was actually built in 1956, so older than a lot of us out here racing today. Of course, the circuit has changed quite a bit through the years as well. So tonight, I think it's going to be a total of 11 turns, each presenting its own set of challenges and opportunities. Obviously, on different skill-based drivers, some may find the more technical stuff easier and dependent on car as well. It's a very, very high-speed track, of course. It has some of the longest straights that you will be racing on in ACC as well, that allows cars to reach in excess of about 280 plus kilometers an hour. And yeah, there's loads of overtaking opportunities here, especially at the bus stop as well, depending on how brave you are. And of course, you do not want to be using all of the carbs. You just want to use the first phase of the carbon and not the high carbon. That will send you into Narnia, especially on turn one as well. So despite that, it does have the high-speed nature. It does have so many technical turns in it. So the drivers really need, over the next 4 hours, to be making sure they've had enough Red Bull and plenty of food and plenty of rest beforehand. It's not going to be the easiest one in the world. As we're on with Nathan Warren. Great to see Nathan there. Old endurance partner of mine back in the day. Absolutely love the guy, and I really hope him and Mr. Poddycott do well this evening. I'll be absolutely having a secret little thing on those as well to do well. With the cars as well, I suppose that the GT cars, they thrive on this track as well, with the combination of the speed and the technical kind of challenges they offer. Of course, these are quite powerful cars, but the stable chassis on them as well suited to the circuit's long straights and the challenging corners. But drivers must be very, very mindful of the brake wear and the brake temperatures here. It's definitely going to be a little thing you'll notice with the brake pads through a prolonged race. So make sure you have the correct brake pads actually done. Like to master the S's, like the series of left and right corners there, known as the S's, they require precise steering inputs as well. So you need to be really smooth with the racing line, focus on maintaining the momentum through the section, and set up for the following straight. So, you know, this could lose you plenty of time if you don't get that right as well. And braking early is actually also a little point as well, I'd say, and maybe accelerating smoothly just to keep the traction, will keep the tyres going that bit longer as well. And definitely use drafting to your advantage on this, because especially if you're not in a Bentley, a BMW, an Aston, or a Nissan, you probably will want to try and use drafting a bit just to try and stay in touch up to the next technical part as well. And yeah, it's more so just to stay focused and concentrate from start to finish, because this is not a place you can rest. If you rest too much in that back straight heading towards the bus stop, you get that wrong, you've got the next series of bends. You could lose up to about half a second to a second if you get it wrong once. So yeah, it's going to be a good one here this evening. I'm just going to have a quick look at the teams. I'm just going to go through them though, not in order of where they qualified today, but just in order of the car numbers. I'm just going to jump straight through when they've signed up. So in car number 30, we're going to have Martin Spitzer and Christian Fengler. Of course, Christian, the owner of ERA, is going to be racing there. They're going to be called the Lambo Maniacs. Then in the car number 435, you've got Bazum Rezkala, Thomas Hagen, Damien Maroney, and Robert Volt. And that is the 435 Aston Martin, known as the off-the-pace car. Then we've got the B Motorsports in car number 151. You've got Blomar Mustafa and Sampa Pellerati. I will ruin names tonight, so apologies in advance. Now, next we have the Wuthak Racing in car number 199, the Lamborghini. It's Christian Wuthak and then Kevin Westall. Then the next one I'm looking at there is Wise Racing's junior team in car number 499. That's Brandon Harvey and Cameron Ray. They are in the BMW today. Then we have Norb's Racing Division. Broken Lawnmower is the name of the car, and it's a 429 McLaren. Fabio Vieiro and Adrian Marud. I've known, that's actually nice to see. There's quite a few names that I do recognise here as well. Then the next team is a solo driver. Samuel Jardine is going to be driving for Era Gravel Trap Inspection Team. Hopefully he's not inspecting the gravel too much today in car number 72. And a Honda as well, a brave man. Then next we have the most handsome team ever to grace sim racing. We have car number 555 with Glenn Handsome Man Smith behind the wheel, with Finlay Gamble, and then Liam Slutty Smith is in that as well, car number 555, the BMW. Great to see them guys still going strong. Then Wise Motorsports senior team, we have Adam Stewart and John Spriggs in car number 498. It is a BMW M4. Then next we have the KFD Mustang GT3, Christoph Peterson and Chris Vance next. And then we have after them, it is called, right, I'm not going to get that one. It's going to call it Peroni Racing Team because I'm not going to say that name. We've got Terence Fiera and then Wayne Fiera in car number 22. It's an Aston Martin that is out there now. And jump on with Martin Spitzer for a minute or two. For some reason, their livery has not loaded in when I synced. Then next we have Race Gang Amigos Racing. That is Nathan Warren and Andy Polycott. And you know something, I'm really hoping them guys do well. Both drivers are very close to my heart there, so I will be giving them as much of my support as I can. Sean Young is next for AA Driving School. This is a team with Matthew East. I'm going to be very interested to see how they do car number 400 in the BMW. Then after them we have Flying Dutchman Skibbity BMW, and that is Dennis Hoek, Ben Hicks and David Shelton, and that is car number 31 BMW. Then we've got Improvasti Racing Team with Andrea Mariatti, and that is car number 16. Then we've CRT Solo, and that is Micha, I'm going to ruin his name, I'm so sorry, Jasterbaski. And that is car number 38 in Audi or 8. Hello everybody watching the stream. Make sure to give this a like and give Era as much time as possible there, please. It will be greatly appreciated and give them more views. Next we have PLS Break 1 E-Brake, and this is Mike Vax and Jake Finn. And PLS Break T1, and that's car number 5 by the way. Car number 4, their teammates, is JS Mystery. That's a driver I know quite well. He is rapid fast, so I'll be interested to see does his consistency pay off for a win, because he is actually the pole sitter, which I'll go through that in a minute. Then we've got Sitio Quaret, car number 420, with Ernest Limburgs. I seen his video he done of his last race there, and they're absolutely brilliant. Ernest, leave a shout there. Make sure people follow your page. I was really impressed with your editing. Well done. Then Tario Malamy is with him, Rayan Gel and David Roth in car number 420 in the Porsche. Then we have French Baguette next, I love it. Nicholas Parios and Ariel Ja in the car number 68, the Ferrari 298. Then, or 296, sorry, should I say, not 298. Then G-Stars next, we've got Max Melenkov, Pavel Drozdov in car number 669, the Ford Mustang. Griffin Sim Racing 3. We have Ulrich Dieger and Lucas Jobart in the car number 75 McLaren. Then their sister team in the Racing 1. We have a solo, which is Rohan Hennick. Then we have in their solo car again with the same team, we have Gerhard Pretorius, and that's car number 74 as well. So it's nice to see that they're quite busy there. Then we've got Slicky Racing Team, GSRT. It's Chris Henyak all by himself in car number 37. Then we have Griffith Sim. There's actually quite a few Griffith Sim racers here today by the looks of it. This must be 5 teams, or is there more? Yeah, there's 5 teams entered by them so far. So this is Jason Farmer in car number 369. Then in car number 51, a teammate Rob van der Hever, car number 51. Wise Motorsports next, car number 497. Freddie Merley is going solo as well. Then CSRT Sandit is Sean Lugero, and that's car number 2. Then Simstuff Racing JVDV, car number 76 is Johan van der Venter, and that I'm sure is a South African driver as well. Good to see South Africans being well represented. Phenomenal rugby players and great sim racers as well to boot. Tomatov up next for number 64 is Sebastian Lachhazen, and then Professional Hater, good name. Mayhem Motorsports, well, this will be an interesting one to watch, and I see an American flag beside their name, so Murica, Dennis Raymond, and Ben Noulty next in their vehicle there. They're in the Mercedes AMG. Then we have the PDCY Infra 8 car number 10, which is Modre Klassen. Then we've got the Raptor Virtual Racing next, and that's car number 80 from Roelmund van Nimmen, RVR. Then Trey Mountain Racing, car number 21 is Thomas Hudick and Christian Haverel, and they're in the McLaren 720S. Then we've got USM Monkey Smart Racing Esports, and that is car number 13 from Nino Liquetti. And then the last car there is Noobs Inc., and that's Suvir Sivasprad, and that's car number 9. So quite a big team there. And yeah, I will get out of that one there. So it's going to be Please Break Turn 1, which is JS Mystery, has got pole position. His lap time was a 143.1 dead, so that was quite a good lap there from him. With then a P2 Raptor Virtual Racing was Mike Vaquez, a 101.43.2, so literally a tenth, just slightly over a tenth of a second, literally splitting those. So that was good stuff there. And still in the 43.2s, we've got Christoph Peterson there for Please Break Turn 1, and he done a 143.2770, so less than half a tenth, splitting Mike and Christoph there. Then we drop down into the next tenth, which is a 143.3, and that's Roman van Nimmen RVR for KFD then P4, and it goes all the way down. So the way the splits are done, so platinum is the first 10 cars are platinum, and then because they're all within 1% of each other, then we've got the silver category, which is from 11th all the way down to 22nd. They're all split by about 1% as well. And then with bronze kind of for everybody else, then from 23rd up to 34. Now there's 3 teams that didn't get quali laps in, so they will be starting from the back of the grid, but they're set as platinum as well. So number where am I now, 12 I think it is, 21 and 72, they're all going to be starting at the back of the grid, but they will be in the platinum category, so you won't get too worried when you see their splits coming up through, so at least you know who they are and why they're there. So it'll be very good. Now also with this as well, what I do love is that there's going to be live stewarding here. So with the live stewarding, that will mean that through the race you're going to see some penalties popping up. Now they've been nice enough to give me access to the sheet, and I think everybody has access. So as the incidents come in and they're ruled, I'll see a description there. So as they come up onto the screen, then at least we'll be able to say this is what's happened and this is what it's for. So yeah, really, really and truly looking forward to this one. Normally the endurances give epic fun. Because it's only a 4 hour as well, it's not going to be like a longer endurance where you see action maybe for the first hour or two, and then it calms down and kind of starts ramping back up in the last 2 hours or so. It's going to be different here. It's going to be a mixture of racing flat out, as well as I suppose you'll be racing at about 95%, but it's going to be all the way through. We're not really going to get much of a break. And with this stream, I'm going to guarantee to keep the cameras on the action, basically. Where there's a close gap, I'm going to be on it. Unfortunately, if it is a case that a leader gets a huge gap, they may not get too much on the stream, just because the simple fact is there's action everywhere else. We're firm believers of making sure everybody gets a bit of time on screen. And normally what I do every hour, if you're not used to who I am and what I do with broadcasting, normally every hour as well, I like to do a full on board lap, where I say, and I sit back and we enjoy just a full-on lap with someone. So anyone who's watching this, whether you're watching on the Evolution Racing YouTube page, whether you're watching on our own channel on the Twitch side of things, please just message in, let us know who you'd love to see an on-board lap with. I'm not going to do it for the first kind of 50 minutes or so while the action's going, but then as pit stops start happening, I will ask in there, who would you love to see a good on board lap with? You just let me know the number of the car, and whoever gets the most votes within that time, we will absolutely jump onto that. And also with that, yeah, look, if there's any information you'd like to give, or if you'd like to have a chat as well, I would encourage that more so as well. So looking here, I'm going to see, I've access to the team chats as well. Who do I jump in with? As there's quite a few. I'm going to jump in with Race Gang Amigos first with Nathan and Andy just to say hello. Hi lads, how are you doing? I hope you can hear me well.
Oh yeah, hi there.
How are you doing?
How are you?
Not too bad, lads. I'm going to have a sauce bar for you all race. I'm just live on the stream. I just said I'm going to jump into a few teams and kind of see how you have prepared for this. So let the whole world know how he is prepared for this evening.
Did not prepare well.
No.
Oh, really?
We're here. It should be good.
That should be good. And what are you aiming for? So I know you're starting a little bit down on the grid, but where do you reckon you're going to end by the start? When you look at where you are in the split, though, you're quite well. So where do you think you're going to finish in your split?
It's a difficult one. Probably hopefully where we are at least.
Yeah. We just want a nice steady race like we had last time.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's very fair.
So
you reckon the win is on for you then in your split?
If we have a clean race, I don't know all the drivers. So,
yeah, that's a problem. Yeah.
Well, these are very experienced drivers, lads.
We've been doing it a while now, haven't we?
For a minute or two, anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, look, I want to wish you the best of luck, lads. I'm not going to annoy you too much longer. There's only a minute to go beforehand, but best of luck to you. I'm going to jump in with one or two other teams really quickly.
Okay.
And yeah.
Thank you.
Put on a show.
Ah, cheers.
Right.
Cheers, mate.
Good.
Hello, lads. Sorry, I'm just jumping in for a quick chat with you, if you don't mind, really quickly.
Just interrupting the German chat. Yeah, sure.
Well, look, I'm just going to quickly ask, how is Seth for the race? Have you prepared good enough? Of course, this is Christian and Martin, the splits that we're in, and I see Darius is in here also.
I'm just noncing about before I have to fuck off to the night shift. I'm not even racing comp, so...
That's very fair.
Yeah, well, we did as little as we could to stand on the grid, I would say, and we'll just drive to survive, like as usual. It's a big unknown with a lot of new drivers, and just keep it to yourself. Don't crush anyone out. Don't get crushed out, and you'll have a race.
What's your hopes by the end of this race? If you look back and in your split, where do you hope to finish?
No, I'm not gonna jinx it. At least, at least P5, I would say.
Oh, you're being modest, but okay.
A P5 in my split, not overall.
Fair. Well, look, lads, best of luck. I'm not going to annoy you too much. Get back in and get yourself set and have a great race.
Cheers for stopping by.
Cheers, guys. Now, I won't annoy any more teams as it's coming very, very close now to the start. Only 10 seconds to go. So I'm going to get my own cameras here ready on this one as well, as everything is jumping across. There we go. Now, so we will jump back on with the JS Mystery Leader. We'll go with Helicam, I think, for this one. Now, it's going to be just a full onboard lap. And this is probably a good thing to show as well with the warm-up lap. Turn 1 is going to be absolutely crucial here to get right. And at the start, sometimes you may see 2, 3 wide, even 4 wide going in. The main thing is, if you look at that curb, there's a higher piece. You need to avoid that curb, and you can run so wide out there. Once you keep your wheels on that curb on the edge, you can actually run out so wide with the track limits on this one. So you can really utilise the track. Third gear is normally the gear I would take T1 in and try and carry the speed all the way through. And of course, it's literally flat out down along to the bus stop. At the minute, of course, everyone is just getting their cars prepped, so we won't be seeing too much madness as of yet. But yeah, definitely, guys, if you're watching the stream on Twitch or on YouTube, be it on my own channels or on the Evolution page, make sure on the Evolutions page especially give thumbs up, and make sure that you do subscribe and follow, because the more followers they have, of course, the more racing that can be then broadcasted to you. Everything is broadcasted through their page for the league racing as well as endurance. So Jayesh warming up the tyres slightly. And this is going to be the thing. You lose so much heat coming down through Sector 1, but it comes back to you through sector 2 and 3. And that's one of the Ferraris going a bit eager. But this is going to be an interesting one, guys. In terms of pit stops, I'm reckoning 3 stops should be the niceness. But then again, track limits, I won't be surprised to see 1 or 2 drive-throughs coming through as well. Sometimes it can just happen, you miss a spot too much or go too wide in turn 1 and end up getting a track limit warning. 3 of them, you do get yourself a drive-through. This is a pit lane. I wouldn't be too happy with getting a drive-through on. It will cost you, I'd say, the guts of about 45 seconds to a minute because it's quite a long pit straight. So, yeah, definitely they'll want to keep track cuts to a minimum. And, yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what the show they put on at the start. JS, I know, is rapid. It's a driver who I've had a love-hate relationship with. But he is a mega driver, and I'd never ever take that away. He is super, super fast. And I'm looking forward to see him hopefully pull off a clean sweep if he's able to keep it together. Hater for bowling at turn 1. Well, we'll see. I don't think it will. I think drivers should be quite aware. I think everybody would be experienced, and I know quite a lot of the driver names here this evening as well through my association with other leagues over the last few years. So it'll be interesting to see. So anyone who's watching the stream, please let me know who you're here to support, what team. And then we can have a little quick go of everyone as they come through. So today we have 35 cars on the grid. Thomas Hudak is going to be at the very back of those there. And he is out of position for not getting qualification done as well. So not sure why he's driving in the backpack with the others, but he is. As JS now, they're all lining up, ready to go. This is it. This is when your adrenaline is going to be pumping the most. You need to get it perfect for this race start. They'll have a speed limit warning coming up now. Maximum speed will be about 70 kilometers an hour. You aren't 70 or slightly over it, you will get a drive-through straight away. So these guys need to keep it 100%. We'll go helicam for this race start and try not miss too much. So for the next 4 hours here in Era, we are in Watkins Glen and we are going there. And JS got a great start there. He's after actually pulling out a little bit of time, just enough to be comfortable into turn 1. And hopefully the Ferrari doesn't bowl it up. He doesn't. He gets away with it. And that was lovely stuff there from JS. It looks like Vaquez is going to stay behind just. Although look at this now. You've got Peterson in this Ford. And the Ford is going to be an absolute monster here. So it's defending against the Ford. Coming down here is going to be super tough. Although he's keeping the inside line. Oh, he's squeezing him a bit too much. Somehow he's got away with a Peterson. Hands top better of that one. And they've all gotten through nicely. Jesh actually pulling out 0.3 of a second lead straight away, which is nice. Just gives him enough room to know there's space for when he runs as a little bit wide like that. But he just has the space in terms of nobody then being able to attack him. Now, I'm going to jump back a little bit while all this is going on. Martin Spitzer, just seen, is after, unfortunately, dropping down slightly, but not by too much. With Ben Hicks then, after getting by the Flying Dutchman, as he's called, but he is putting Mufasa under a bit of pressure there. And not just under a bit of pressure going around the outside, but he doesn't want to run too much off that. And Mufasa should get a nicer exit, but he's somehow kept that one together and has gotten through absolutely lovely. And now Mr. Spitzer is trying to come at Mr. Mufasa as well. Mufasa is the better line though here. Spitzer just has to be patient. So while all that's happening, it seems we are after going grand. It looks like everybody's actually out. Oh no, there's a bit of damage there. Is there on the Aston Martin? Nope, we're fine. Looks all good and good. So JS now 0.6 of a second out, so he's starting to pull away a little bit of a gap there now. And I want to go back, actually. Nathan Warren's kept his lead in his split as well. Glenn Smith, after losing the position there on Enlaquette. So Glenn will be wanting to come back up. This is a driver who I would rate fairly strong as well. So Glenn just needs to get his head down now and start pushing forward. And he's a super consistent driver, so I do not doubt at all that he's going to start pulling back through. You just kind of need to settle yourself in. This is the time you don't mind losing a place or two and just kind of get no damage and minimize any major impact on the race, because there's no point over racing and then getting loads of damage, and then you're going to be stuck through the race with longer pit stops, damaged lap times as well if you stay out with a damaged car. So it is damage limitation at the start. Just make sure to survive through, and he's done that as Relica gets by Vario there now. So while all this is going on, looks like Pretorius is after having a bit of a moment because he's lost a lot of positions. Yeah, he lost it on the curb there through the bus stop, but done very well with his parking to spin that around beautifully. A little bit of showboating for the crowd early on. He fancies coming back up through the field a bit. But fair play to him. That was safe entry as well, so at least it wasn't too bad. Mufassa's after having a bit of a mare of a corner there, but was back going the forward while it's super strong. Just mightn't be as competitive through the tighter stuff there as Morelli and Lequette get right through there, and Glenn Smith now is right behind. JS pulling out about second, I think, now at this stage, which is quite good. Back on with Raymond and Young, so Young under pressure here from Mayhem Motorsports 1. Young, though, carrying quite a bit of damage on the front of his BMW. I was unfortunately missed that there, but I might be able to get some data on that one in a second. Number 34, it's not up on my log as of yet, just to get a replay on that one. But we'll see how he goes. And now Van der Veer, or Van de Venter and Pretorius now 0.1 of a second off each other and off the back then of Van der Heever. And he's trying to show a little cheeky nose. That's not going to work, but unfortunately now I think he's going to put himself now in the lines of Mr. Pretorius here, as he got a much better line through, but the Aston Martin will come back with the top end, and somehow with that minor error of throwing the dummy and setting his racing line off bad for the exit, he's somehow been able to keep ahead with that AMG power there, as Glenn Smith's after getting by Parius there just ahead as all of that was going on as well. And that looks like Nathan Warren then behind Parius there, so Nathan Warren doing a great job and is getting up now. Unfortunately, he's dropped down to second as Nino Lequette has actually got up by for Monkey Smart, and he would be the leading one in the bronze category at the minute. Now, with the kind of pro sides of it, Hennick might be the closest there to Jatsobetsky behind in the Audi, but kind of that's the closest real battle at the minute with those. The fastest lap at the minute is a 1:44.962. And that is from Mr. Melenkov there in P5. That's a nice lap time, to be fair about it. And especially in race fuel at the start as well. Lovely stuff. And there, Venter is after getting down behind Pretorius there now. And Hudak was trying to get his nose by. Back further, so Young is now last at the minute. Sean, unfortunately, living up to the AA driving school at the minute, just has a bit of damage there, had an incident. And unfortunately for him is down a bit. I'm going to have a look at it there. There's a replay with him in car 34 here. Was there a little bit of touching? Yes, unfortunately, so that wasn't his fault. He got rammed, unfortunately, by car number 34. And of course the stewards will be looking at that one there. And we'll get going with that. I can see there at the minute there's all warnings. There's a 10-second penalty though coming the way for car number 429 for understeering into 64, so that one will be coming handy enough soon. That's the 498. So yeah, unfortunately for them, they will have a little bit there coming their way, but it happens. It's a long race. Once you don't get too many of them, it won't be too bad. And there's a warning there for car 497 for failure to leave room as well. You need to make sure you're leaving the room out there, as car number 80 goes on the fast lap now at 44.592. As you'll see, all the lap times will start to pop down as they get processed through, and they kind of burn a bit of fuel, and the track rubber's up. As you see, it's optimal now, but also the tyres get into the working range, and the drivers are starting to get involved a bit more with that one there. Now let me have a look for some more close battles. Jay Farmer actually, Loureiro and Melenkov for 5th, 6th and 7th, and within a second of each other there, less than a second should I say. This should be quite interesting to see. So I can see the stewards are absolutely flat out working already to get this done. I absolutely love live steward, and it's super efficient. So Peterson now at the fast lap at 1:44.3. So it is dropping down as they continue through. Thomas Hudak here, I think it is getting up now with Van der Venter. Van der Venter, I think, just needs to get his head back into the game and, you know, de-stress a bit and get into it. But lovely move there into turn 1. That's pretty much your standard and nicely done overtake. Now, Van der Venter might be under a bit of pressure from Pretorius. But no, he doesn't. The Aston Martin just has the edge on him, and the Aston might come back a little bit there. As you see, car 34 now does get that 10-second penalty. Our 30-second penalty is going to be added onto him for a dive bomb causing a collision. That was the one that we watched back on the replay. There's also going to be a 5-second penalty for 497 for failure to leave racing room. So very, very fair and very friendly. Done and dusted. So the guys are all over. Van der Venter does end up losing a position to Pretorius, as Pretorius is through there, and away he goes. Now, JS Mystery did have just about over a second of a gap, and now he is down to 0.3 of a second. So Van Nimmen for RVR is right on the back of JS here. And does JS have an answer for this? We will find out soon enough. Obviously, experienced drivers, they can kind of go from going super fast to maybe preserving fuel, preserving tyres, although the Ferrari probably won't be preserving too much fuel depending on what way they're going with stints. But yeah, not many incidents so far really. When you look at it, for the first 10 minutes there was only 10 incidents when you include the other lines. So only 1, 2, 3 time penalties for a race start. I would say that's a massive success. So well done, everyone. As Peterson right on the back now of Vasquez there, but Vasquez just placing the car perfectly and holding the power that is that mighty Ford at bay. So Van Ninneman now is 0.2 of a second behind, but he's one a bit wide there. That may possibly be one of those track limits. But he is doing a good enough job at present. Gonna back down here to Fiera, who is racing against Rezkella. So in for player 1, South African. Oh, that's a nice looking livery as well. He has beautiful stuff. Throws it down the inside. He's beautiful drive for both of them. The awareness there as well of Rezkella not just to completely turn in on him, seeing the move happen, because a lot of people can easily look over that and then cause a collision. So great driving for both of them. Great respect and great trust. In fairness, Fiera had. And it's worked out well for him. Diego now 0.3 of a second off Rezkella, and they're of course racing in the same split. I'm going to move up a little bit just to see what's happening up in the hierarchy side of things. And at the minute, Jayesh pulled out actually half a second now. So he's kind of flipping in between Pretorius and Hudik with 0.2 of a second now as well. We'll keep an eye on this one, see how this one develops through. And Nathan Warren's still there in P22. Where is Glenn Smith in all of this? He is in 19. Spitzer is in P15. And working wonders the guys are. So yeah, that is how it goes. So what I will say as well is please give the Evolution Racing Academy a follow as well. And make sure definitely to give them a follow on YouTube there as well for all things era. And yeah, back on with Van Ninneman now. He is 0.3 off JH Mystery. Oh, stint timer set to 0 in the first lap. Some drivers told me they have a red stint timer and huge warning saying just go to bits because their stint time's over. Might there be a restart? I don't know. That'll have to be looked at by the admins in era. I see there is a message in there as well, but I'm sure they'll have a look at that after and get that rectified as needs be. throw the message into the Discord if you're in there, and possibly they might be able to look after that. Of course, I know it's quite hard to get some stuff done, especially with people all in the hard part of racing now after the last 15 minutes or so. With Pretorius and Hudak still going quite strong. Van der Heaver as well behind. Okay, it looks like we're after getting a disconnect from someone there from P24. Looks like Van der Venter is after gaining the position. So we have had somebody unfortunately desync. Hopefully they do get back in. It's an endurance. Anything can happen. Let's see how that goes. In terms of incidents, there is no other incidents in at the minute. As I say, that incidents are starting to come in, so we'll be interested to see. Where's Kella back going there? Oh, there's a bit of damage on his car as well. Let's go back 15 seconds. Okay, he had a spin. It sounds like that McLaren ahead was involved. So that's why there's a few incidents after popping in there now. I think that was 555 and 13, 435 and 429 that was. So stewards are looking at that, and any outcome we will see first even before it's put into the game, which is nice. So as you see there, 5-second penalty for 400. After coming in 497 as well. So you'll see those time penalties popping and creeping through as they get going. So Jet is holding off Van Nimmen for now. But is he going to be able to do it over nearly 4 hours? I'm going to back to Parius here in P20, who's sniffing at Laquette and looking for a way by there as well. Yeah, sorry, Ghost Sins. I would say the admins will have a look at that there. I haven't seen anything stating that there's going to be a server restart, so I would assume everything's fine. And they'll obviously look at that afterwards if there is any incidents with that. Car number 555 is going to be getting a 10-second time penalty. That's going to be coming soon. That was in regards a dive bomb causing a collision with car number 13. So that will be coming soon. Do I have that there? I might have that here. Let's have a look back. So 555 up on the inside with 13. I wouldn't say a dive bomb. That looked fairly okay, but the stewards will have more details. I'm only quickly looking back, so I can only say from a quick point of view. So they will have everything in that one there. And then 435 is going to be getting a 15-second time penalty for their incident there as well with 429. Let's have a quick look at that one to see what actually happened. Nothing shows up for that, so I don't know what happened there between them. But unfortunately for them, yeah, they have a 15-second time penalty coming their way. So Van der Venter is after losing the position there to Mr. Harvey. So Brandon Harvey in the Wise Race and Endurance team. Beautiful looking. Oh, as number 64 is after having a spin. Let's go on with him and see what's happened. Oh, he just lost an entry, and it's so easy. It can happen there if you carry too much speed and the rear can just go. So he's done the right thing. He's held the brakes. He's just waited and waited and waited. There's nothing you can do there. Went to reverse. That's good driving from him and gets a safe rejoin as well. So fair play to him. You can only say well done to people who do stuff like that. As Peterson's going to go for the move again. He is begging for a way by this Ferrari, and unfortunately for him, is not going to be able to make anything happen. Van Nimmen was also looking to peak there. Actually, it looks like, yeah, he got it back. Yeah, it looks like Van Nimmen though was right on the back then of JS, down to 0.1 of a second as well. So definitely not an easy one for JS. Now we have less than half a second covering Nathan Warren Parias from Laquette. So 3 Ferraris in a row. Although here we have Parias is getting a nice little toe, has the inside line, doesn't scare the other Ferrari away. Although the other Ferrari's after going completely off there and losing it. So unfortunately for him, that is not the most ideal thing that happened. We'll go on board just to give you the full thing. He turned too much and clipped the car by reckoning that sent him, yeah. Oh, super unlucky, but the main thing is he didn't get any damage hitting the wall. They'll be able to get going again, and that's the reason why He is there, but he's back out. No, he's actually gone by the looks of it now. Back on with Van Nimmen now, because this is going to be interesting here. Coming into the last corner. The difference on the straight, he's carrying a bit more speed. On the exit, only slightly using more track. JS kind of showing a bit more of a defensive line there. But JS doing super. Van Nimmen though gets a nicer exit by the looks of it. Yeah, down to 0.1 of a second. Now he's going to use the toe here, but once you get out, it just depends on the wing you're carrying. I'm sure JS might be running a bit of a thinner wing for the simple reason here of this horrible straight in terms of losing time. Peterson's only 0.2 of a second behind the Ferrari. Van Nimmen now super close, but not close enough, and JS knew he had that one there, so that's not an issue. Van Nimmen has to rethink his approach to that corner there. I'm going to come on with Marchery now, who is, after getting ahead of Limburg's there. Wow, nice driving there, and fair play to Limburg's as well. Maybe just thinking better of that one and decided not to go against the Classens after losing a place there. Looks like actually Hicks is after losing a few. So all the guys getting by, so Martin Splitzer now up ahead as well. So I'm sure he'll be quite happy with that one. On with the Jaeger at the minute, 0.1 of a second off Van der Venter. Van der Venter needs to get his head back in, needs to put his woes behind from the start of the race and just get on with things here. So not going too bad for nearly 20 minutes into this 4-hour event. Not many incidents overall, to be fair about it. So there's going to be, it looks like another incident is in with the guys at the minute between car 4 and car 80, but it's an NFA is what I'm after seeing popping in on that now. So no further action as Vaquez and Heineck swapping positions, and it looks like Vaquez is going to be losing more. Mathieu's by and Limburg's by. So Vasquez, let me see, was there a heavy incident somewhere for him? No, they're just going into the pits by the looks of it there. Doesn't look like there was any incidents from the last few minutes, so it might be just speed or getting rid of whatever damage they got at the start now. Peterson, as JS Mystery got overtook there as well while all this was going on. I do apologise about that. Let me see, was there contact here, because there's a replay up here. He was right in the back of him, so he was bum drafting. That's all that was, but he's got by. And then Peterson now up into Sorry, let's go back 15 seconds, because Peterson's after getting by as well down the main straight. So Jayesh, after losing 2 positions, unfortunately come on to this lap, but I'm sure he'll keep his head in the game and get back where he needs to be as well. He has the overall pace. So Jayesh now has Melenkov right behind him. Back further though, Mariotti, do you know what, holds that very well. He loses 2 positions, but at least he doesn't get any big damage, because when you lose it there, normally it ends up with you going into the barrier. So absolutely great save there from him to keep it going. Sometimes you're better off losing that bit of time instead of getting huge damage. It's going to cost you way more long term between lap time and with fixing the car up. So Van der Heever now is about a second off Nathan Warren. So Nathan's kind of settled back into P1 of his split there as well. So well done, Nathan. Great to see. As Mufasa out in last position, but has got himself, I'm pretty sure, 2 pit stops done. Pretorius is after doing a pit stop. Hater is after doing a pit stop. Vaquez is after doing a pit stop. Nobody else has pitted as of yet. 31 in the pits here now. So on with the Jaeger and the Springs behind Van der Venter getting involved as well. But yeah, Jaeger loses out in a place there to Spiz. It goes a bit too far around that corner on the outside and kind of just opens up the door there. So yeah, that's not the line through there. I had a horrendous into that corner before as Jesh loses another position, but that's just down to the power of that 4 down the straight. He'll not let that get too much into his head there. So Max Melenkov for G-Stars gets by. So 2 Fords in second and third. Van Neumann is about 1.8 seconds off, so he has got himself quite a gap now. He's got a bit of breathing room at the minute. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me, when you're in that car and you're looking behind in the mirror, that's a nice thing to have. So at the minute, yeah, he is doing a beautiful job there. And now he's got that clear air now. He's is actually starting to put out a bit of a gap there. Peterson, though, is going to be getting a bit of pressure now from Melenkov. And J-Ash is sitting right in behind there with Lorio and actual Farmer there as well. So these top 6 are actually covered by about maybe 4 seconds max, which is unbelievable. So fair play to them. That's what we love to see. Looking back, Spitzer is in a bit of a battle, although Van der Venter is under pressure again. He's lost a few positions. Diego and Spriggs right there also. Let me have a look though. Nothing else has come in really. There's a few NFAs in, but in terms of incidents, not much showing up there, thankfully, at the minute. As we're over or close to 25 minutes gone, so not doing too bad on time. Thomas Hudak, though, is 0.4 of a second off Parius. And you see with Parius there, the gap that Glen is after breaking up as well. And Hicks is right in the back of Spitzer here as we go up. Oh, wow. Let's go back to see what exactly, how that happened. He was flying through. Oh. He unfortunately came through and the Ferrari was already there. We just missed it, just off the below of the screen that time. So that's super, super, super unlucky there. And that was just the wrong place at the wrong time. As Mikhaugach Jabaski, which I'm going to ruin the name is coming around there fighting with Merrily. And looks like he's got through with Merrily, but Merrill's coming back there. Door tapping. Hard on the brakes. Better corner there for Jabaski because he has the better line. So he kind of seals that position for now. Parius though with Hudak as well. Side by side. Inside line doesn't mean nothing there. McLaren was far enough ahead to cut through and keep that position. So nice stuff there. Now let me go back up to the front. Melenkov last lap at 44.202, the fastest lap out there. JS still in 4th position, but is under a bit of pressure here now, as he has Loureiro right behind him as well. I'm wondering, is JS's tyres starting to play a part, or what's happening? But he's able to keep it there at the minute. Maybe he just needs to kind of reset as well. Sometimes it's hard when you lose a few positions and you're kind of getting in your own head as well with sim racing. Just never forget, with these events, it is an endurance, so it's not won or lost at the very start of the race, but yeah, obviously it does make a bit of a difference, but you just need to kind of be consistent. So go through the frustrating times, get the consistency is going to be the biggest key. And of course with this track, it is all about attrition and really looking after those brakes and tyres as well. So on with Farmer here with Loureiro and JS then ahead, so these all less than a second off each other as well. I'd be interested to see. So while we're actually there, what I might do as well, just don't forget with Era, just don't be afraid to sign up for the endurance event that is starting on Era quite soon. You need to register with them for it. There's going to be 4 endurance events. 3 hours of Barcelona, 4 hours of Kota. I think it's 6 hours of Silverstone, and then the 4 hours of the Red Bull Ring. It'll be lively steward, live broadcast, and there's going to be 3 classes as well. So make sure to get signed up for that one. As we're still on with the guys here, Loureiro, Farmer and Jayesh. Jayesh has pulled a little bit out this time, which might help him by the end of the straight. Maybe Jayesh is running full wing in the back, because everyone else seems to be quite a bit faster in terms of straight line speed. So maybe he's just running maybe slightly more aero, and that's why his sector 2 and 3 is quite strong still, looking at the sectors. So it will be interesting to see there as Hicks gets by Spitzer. Spitzer though just needs to get his head back down. That was still fair by them. I think he's better off letting them by now if it is a case that he was a bit faster, because at least that way he can just get on with his own race and not lose time fighting. I think that's another point a lot of drivers may not really understand is while yes, you're here to race and defend and fight, in endurance you don't want to overfight it because you're actually going to hurt your own lap time. So sometimes if a driver is faster on their stint, just let them by, because you're losing less time by letting off the throttle for a second, losing maybe, you know, half a second, even a second, instead of fighting lap after lap after lap, hurting your tyres, hurting your fuel economy, everything like that, and then hurting lap time which you take into different lines. Let them by and get on with it as well. I'm a big believer in that way. Loureiro, after keeping Mystery off, I didn't think he was going to, and keeps that 4th position. Jayesh is now down in 5th for now, but Jayesh is super close, and he just needs a good exit out of turn 1 to try and reclaim that position also. So let's see how they go. Jayesh run way too wide, unfortunately, there, and that's probably going to be a track cut as well for him, so he doesn't need too much of that. So he's now under big pressure from Farmer behind. Farmer essentially getting a double tow there, of course, with Lorenio giving Jayesh that bit of a tow, but he's too far back. I don't see a move happening here. Jayesh breaks later as well and has gotten through. So for now, he is safe. Back on with Diego and Spriggs. These are still having a bit of a fight, but a nice fight at the same time. So Spriggs is staying ahead at the minute. It's kind of starting to spread out a little bit, but as I say that there, Mr. Audi here is after having a moment. Let's see. Oh, he loses it. I think he hit the curb a bit too much. The Ferrari does get out of it there. I'll tell you one thing, he was lucky that wasn't too much that happened, although the Ferrari I think was number 5. There is another replay for contact, so I'm just going to press on this one to see if it's the contact beforehand. He might have been rear-ended here. Yeah, he was rear-ended, so actually what we seen wasn't the curb. He was rear-ended. We just got to see the aftermath of that with where that happened. So quite unlucky there, but at least he's back going. He will have some rear damage now. It's not going to help as you see him having to oversteer and hold the oversteer and keep that car going. His tyres will be cooked at the minute. So this actually might be quite costly for him, and he needs to kind of get them tyres cool back down, which is a very hard task in the section that he's in as well, as it is very much a mechanical sector as well. So let's see how he goes with that one with Diego and Harvey side by side. And Harvey getting by. Go back on with Fierro as well. 0.6 of a second off Van der Venter. Pretorius is down in P33 now, unfortunately, at the minute, but has Hater just ahead of these 2 laps down. Mufasta is 4 laps down at the minute and has a bit of damage here as well. I think sometimes it's a learning curve, and what I will say about this as well, don't forget as well, for any of the back markers, to make sure to finish the race. Not only are you going to have a bit of fun, you're going to gain so much more experience, more understanding of the tyre wear, of tyre pressures, everything like that as well. So there's an awful lot to be said for finishing off in endurance, because it's just the experience that you gain. So absolutely encourage everyone who's on track to finish as well. Jabreski is in the pits now. That Audi unfortunately was finding himself too hard to handle. So Farmer is still there with Jayesh. Unfortunately for Jayesh though, he's dropped off a second to Lorenio now. So starting to check out though as well as Van Nimmen out front. He is now 2.6 seconds clear of, is that Kieran Peterson or Christoph Peterson? With Melanikov then about 1.2 behind him. So these are starting to check out a little bit there, as Harvey and Diego are swapping positions yet again. Harvey coming back though, but Diego just enough ahead this time around and gets the job done. Yeah, he's definitely cleared that one there for now. Vario there is 0.4 of a second off, so it's starting to spread out quite a bit. Lembergs and Heineck about 0.3 off each other. What I'm going to ask now for the people who are watching as well, if there's a car you'd love to see a full on board lap, but please let me know, and I will make sure as well to jump on with that one. Now, car number 5 is getting a 30-second penalty for a punt to pass, And I'm pretty sure that's the one we're looking at, which is going to be very, very fair and justified there. So stewards are on the ball. Every incident that's in is already processed. So fair play to them. Farmer is still there with Mystery, Hicks and Hennick getting closer. And then it's kind of spread out a little bit. Nathan Warren, though, was only 2 seconds off Parius. Glenn Smith 4.3 seconds. So Glenn is kind of has a bit of a gap on him there as Van der Heever is in the pits, having a lovely pit stop there. Vario is starting to catch up with Van der Venter also. Surprised there's no Eleanor cars here this evening. Normally I would see them for these kind of events. As we're on now with Ernest Limburgs at the minute, who is getting actually super close to Hennick here now. And then Farmer is actually getting closer to JS as well. So keep an eye on the splits, and we'll jump on with which one becomes that bit further in. With Van der Heever still in the pits there. Ferrario and Venter though, it's getting close here now. The Van der Venter did have a much nice launcher there, although Fabio Viario has quite a bit of frontal damage there as well, so that's definitely not helping his cause at all. And then Harvey about 1 second off Van Diego now, so unfortunately for him it's not been exactly ideal, because he was 0.2 at one stage and that's dropped off now. So Limburgs and Heineck here this time round. Unfortunately this is the Porsche's Achilles heel, is top end speed. Although when I'm saying that, he's got a good run this time with the Ferrari still ahead. Porsche is an amazing car once you're able to tame that beast. So Jason Farmer 396 says Antonia Gamble. So we'll jump on my 396 now. So where are they on the lap? We're coming around to literally start a lap here now in a second. So we'll jump a full on board lap with them now in a second. 35 minutes into this race. He's running P6. 0.3 off JS as well. So we're going to be getting the bird's eye view of this one here. And let's see how it goes. He's setting himself up, coming around sector 3 here. And this is all about patience as well. Hello Liam, how are you doing, mate? Hope you're keeping well, man. So we're going to jump on now with Farmer as promised, and we'll get that full lap done, so enjoy. And that was a nice onboard lap there, and seeing the back marker as well, the guy's barely avoiding that as well was good fun to watch. But a nice lap there on with Mr. Jason Farmer for Antonia Gamble. Or Antonita Gamble. Daddy Fangs must be paying me well. Look, to be fair, I'll admit it straight up now. There is a payment, but I'm going to be donating that to a charity as well afterwards. So I'm not actually taking money for this. That money will be going to the charity, of course, where Dean Hyde, who was a key member in the era community, I'll be donating the money to the charity in which we done the good endurance race for last year. So yeah, that money will be going for that. So there'll be no actual profit made from this one. This is done for the fun of it. So yeah, as we are looking on with this one here, no more penalties have come in at the minute, no more incidents, thankfully. So that's good to see. It's not being majorly busy. Moriarty is 0.5 a second off Hennick there. Hicks then 0.4 of a second off Hennick as well. I'm assuming brothers or relations of each other, similar to Lean and Glenn. Absolutely no problem at all. Is it Antonia? I'm going to have to get your name right, so tell me if I'm saying it wrong. Antonia Gamble. And super cool. Anytime. I will be looking for another car soon enough within the next half an hour or so for another onboard lap, because I do love doing these. And it gives me a minute to get a drink as well. So, you know, there is a little reason for it too, I won't lie. So it's handy to be able to do that, to give you a lap on with who you'd love to see, you the viewer, as well as us getting our little drink breaks in as well. So Klassen as well is on the back of Martin Spitzer. Martin's been doing a good job when you look at where he is. He's P3 in their split at the minute. And as Christian said, he was hopefully looking for a top 5 finish. 777, get it done. Who is 777? I think you were meant to say 555, because 777 is one we probably use elsewhere. Yeah, that's what I was about to say, Liam. 555. Right, we'll get Glenn and on board with Glenn then at 3 hours to go. So in 20 minutes time we'll get that done. So tell Glenn to stay in the car till then. Okay, we've had a bit of an incident. Oh, okay, more than a bit of an incident. This seems to be war. Right, car number 16. Why don't I see the residual of what happened to that one? Wow, that was a big incident for him. And we have had a disconnection, so we're down to 33 now at the minute, so maybe one of them drivers thought the better of it. Paul, get lost. Come on, Christian. I got it right. Rowan and Chris Heineck are brothers. I didn't know that, Antonia. Antonia? Yeah, I'm gonna go with Antonia. I'll probably ruin it. I'm bad with names. As Liam would say, I'm the worst commentator out there, and he's not wrong. But yeah, Klassen is putting the pressure on Spitzer here at the minute, but just not good enough to get by as of yet. Martyria is in the pits. As we go back up, it is actually quite spread out now with everyone. This is the phase of the race now where it does calm down a little bit. Although Pretorius is saying to me, what are you line for Colin? I'm going right after now Van der Heever. It's for South African pride at the minute, so she's not a real Gamble imposter. Oh, so she's not part of the wee Matty Gamble clan. Antonia, where are you from? If you say Northern Ireland, there's going to be a conspiracy here. Okay, as Klassen now 0.3 of a second from Spitzer. Just not enough to get by yet. The Lambo seems to have enough momentum, and of course with the damage on Klassen's car also is not going to be helping, so Spitzer can kind of sit back and chill on that one a little bit. But it's still not enough though to be that. Oh, Pretorius now 0.1. Oh, they've had an incident. Well, let's do a helicopter version of this. Woes is the best, isn't he? I think hashtag get Woes back. Ah, yeah, that was just an unfortunate incident. Let the stewards look after that one. Fast lap of the race is still a 14.202 as well. Oh, wow. So looking there now, car number 4, stop and go 30 seconds, unsafe rejoin, parking on the race line. 2 racing ending incidents, left server. So stop and go for car number 4 there. So yeah, ain't no fun there. But I think car 4 has gone for a walk. I think car 4 has left for whatever reasons there. So there's a few in the pit there as well. Sean Young with A driving school, so they're coming back up through the field a little bit. Back on with Klassen, still there with Spitzer, but there's no way through at the minute. Just looking there, like he's doing okay, but just unfortunate, I'd say the bit of damage that he has isn't helping his case too much. Where's the handsome man himself? He is in P14 at the minute. He is 2.5 seconds off P13 and is about 7 seconds clear down of P15 as well. So the penalty there for car 74 being applied, 15 seconds. But it is noted with the incident that he had with 51 that he did try wait to give the position back, but it is what it is. At least there was a bit of racecraft there as well. Sorry, respect on the track, should I say. So, yeah, unfortunately, JS is out of it now. So, he said, I could see in the Discord, he said something about his wheel braking there. So, it must be just a matter of his desync there. There's a link there as well. So, I'm sure it is what it is with that one. There's not much he could do. So, Mariotti still in the pits there at the minute. He's stopped quite a while in there now. Yeah, he's 4 minutes in the pits. Probably just maybe reconsidering life choices of picking the Ferrari on the track or something like that. Who knows? But let me see. Jazberski is getting very close down to Young, 0.7 off, so starting to come back in. Of course, we would have seen him getting rammed in turn 1 and getting some rear damage as well. Cooked the tyres and comes in the pit. So at least with a clear car now and no damage, tyres kind of within a good window, he'll start pushing back through as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing Liam Smith out on track. I have a love relationship with Liam. I think he's amazing and I think he's a good driver, and he just needs to be consistent. Once he's consistent, he's a very hard man to beat, and he's put on some stellar performances through the years that I've seen him race and had the privilege of doing commentary on him with. Of course, anyone who's with Era since the start of Era would remember my voice and remember who I am, as I would have done commentary back in the day here with the guys. So aware don't be staying on the same cars too much. So Young is after dropping that position back, then he's down in P27. I want to tip the hat to Mufasa, still running last but 4 laps down. I prefer to see someone finish out a race like this than anything else. Oh, you're not racing tonight? Your wheel broke this afternoon. That is super unlucky, mate. Only you, Liam. Only you. If you didn't have bad luck, you'd have no luck at all at times. And if you fancy coming in and joining me in comms, mate, you're more than welcome. I can jump into a channel. There actually is a channel there as well. I should be actually jumping into a voice chat as well, which I'll jump into now because I forgot to do that earlier. So stream. Just getting that one going there, so the voice is there. Liam, if you do want to come in, you're more than welcome to as well. I completely forgot to start this. So I'll jump in and out of that, so I won't always have my eyes on that stream area because I will be looking at loads of other things going on. But I'll multitask as good as I can. And why not a chance, Liam? Could you imagine? Actually, we probably would get Era's YouTube channel took down, and probably my own, although my own ones have survived years of this, so my own one would be survived. Hi Jayesh. Yeah, no, I seen that already. I put that in the chat for you to let you know that or to let everyone know that it was actually your wheel had desynced or done something with no force feedback, so you couldn't help the incident. So I did note that there, that you put that in Discord. I need to leave Smith by name, not by nature. Wow. She's not an imposter. As we're on with Mike Vasquez now, who is about 0.7 of a second off Mr. Young just ahead. 0.2 of a second make that now, so I'm assuming Young might get overtook here. Let's see how that one goes. So in 12 minutes we're going to be doing an onboard lap with car number 555. So if you want to vote who you'd like to see after that for an onboard lap with, let me know. I'm more than happy to give you, the viewers, whatever you want. No more incidents in as of yet, which is nice to see. These things happen, JS. Don't be worried about it. It's the trials and tribulations of being a sim racer with sometimes the wheels desyncing or pedals not working or something happening. Liam Smith knows all about that. I've known about it in my times of racing as well, and it does happen. So Chris Heineck there, down in P10 with Spitzer P9, Klassen in P11 there as well. So all these covered by just under a second now. So they're quite close as well. Oh, Mr. Smith is looking to get a bit of action in as well. He's a second off Watkins here now as well. Back up front though, Van Niemen is now 3.3 seconds clear of Peterson, who is now actually, wow, that's a huge 6.6 seconds clear of P3 Melenkov as well. Then Lorero is about 2.3 seconds down the road, then Farmer is 3 seconds, and Limburgs is 6.8. So starting to spread out a little bit there. Oh yeah, have a quick look now. Glenn is now at the 0.7, so Glenn is starting to catch up quite a bit now to Wutik. We'll keep an eye on this 0.5. Let's see how this one goes. So he's staying within about the 0.6, 0.7 mark at the minute. Camo Flash looking Lambo actually looks quite nice, if I'm honest. Nice stuff, and I like to see some of the liveries are quite nice. Of course, for me it's the classic 2ID livery. I do love it with me Matty Gamble, the designer on that one. And he's now 0.5 a second off, so BMW versus Lambo. Glenn has a slightly better line there. I'm assuming I'll see another 0.1 of a second coming there. Glenn's took a much smoother line yet. 0.1 of a second done. Glenn carrying the speed through. Might even find another tenth or two. Yeah, he's down to 0.3 before the braking, so he's found 2 tenths down the straight. And he's keeping right on top of Wutik there as well. So what can the handsome man of sim racing do? And not self-proclaimed, it was just voted. Back in the days when I actually done a podcast with Glenn and Christian and all the guys back in the day. The 2ID livery is just beautiful. But you know what it needs though? It needs a little bit of cowbell. Yeah, no, it is an awesome livery. Glenn is super smooth as Van der Venter is after having a moment. Let's go back and say, oh, at least it's beside the pits, but that is horrendous for Van der Venter. He's still in control of the car. He's in the pits. That was super, super, super unlucky for him. As Hennig still with Spitzer, nowhere else to go to me. And Klassen is starting to catch up with that as well, so they will need to reconsider what way to go about this tackling, as Limburgs and Farmer now within about 0.7 of a second as well, so it is getting there now. Glenn Smith though, I'm going to keep an eye through turn 1 now. He's 0.3 to start this now. He found 2 tenths down the straight. Let's see how he does it this time, because he does seem to carry a much better race line here, which is much smoother, scrubbing off less speed. Although this time the Lambo was slightly better, so it still is at 0.3. 0.2. He's closer, so that draft to be working. 0.1. Oh, he was considering it, Glenn was. He's forced a bit of an error there. And that's just the back marker getting out of the way, so Glenn has another few minutes of that to go. As Limburgs and Farmer now 0.3 of a second. And Limburgs there doing a great job. Malenkov is now in the pits from P3 as well, the first of the top guys to come in, so I'm assuming he might run a slightly longer second stint and possibly slightly longer third stint, just to make sure it is only a 3-stint race. Looks like as well Malenkov in, Jabrowski and Vasquez has pitted, then Hatter, Nutley, Van de Venter, Pretorius, Van der Heever and Mufasa all have pitted. In terms of pit time, a lot of them have stopped for damage, yeah, so all of them is not representative. So this will be the first representative lap. Malenkov, I'm assuming, is doing fuel and tyres. Although it looks like there's a bit more than that happening. Time stopped 32 seconds. So yeah, that was fuel and tyres. So that's a proper pit stop. 32 seconds stopped. And then we'll see the time he's lost by the time he exits the pits from entering. And that'll show you the full time loss. Was at 1 minute and 5 seconds is roughly how much time you lose on the track within a decent pit stop there for fuel and tyres if there's no damage. So Glenn Smith's after getting by. He's got the toe, he stayed ahead, and boom. A handsome man himself in 5 minutes time will be on board with him. I seen this the message just now. But that was a nice move there. And pity we weren't doing the onboard for that one. That would have been perfect, Liam. But to be fair about it, the way I look at it is very simple. This wouldn't have happened if Woes was here. That's all I'm saying. So Van der Venter down 2 laps at the minute, but going strong. Klassen and Merle. Ooh, Klassen gets the braking slightly wrong there and has to get out of it, but luckily he done that instead of hitting him. So fair play to Klassen for at least having that there. So it looks like 15 causing a collision, or for number 76, 15 second time penalty there was applied there for that. So guys, I'm gonna applaud the stewards so far, being absolutely on it when it comes to getting the live stewarding done and out, being super productive, so fair play. And fair play to everybody in the background as well. I think if you don't run a league or haven't run a league, you probably won't appreciate the amount of time and effort it genuinely takes for leagues to do the preparation, between the artwork, the advertising, to getting the staffing for stewards in place, for, you know, someone organising the events, answering questions and everything else, and setting up on SimGrid and everything else in the background. So fair play to everybody. You know, absolutely brilliant. It's lovely to see that. Of course, I've quite a bit of experience with all of that as well, so that's why I do really appreciate knowing the work that goes in. So well done everybody that is involved with hosting and running the event. And he'd be rolling the ads, Liam, would he? Klassen in the pits there. Nathan Warren is still leading his split. Back on with Vasquez, who is right there. So Glenn Smith now is 3 seconds clear of Woodhuck already. So Glenn absolutely flying out there. 0.6 of a second is Henneken Spitzer. I'm going to give up watching that one for a bit because it gets close and then away and close and away. Spitzer has it in his zone at the minute. I think that's very fair to say. So at the 3 hour mark, we will be jumping on with car number 555 as requested by Mr. Liam Smith. I think Liam is mad to do a bit of commentary, so hopefully he does join in and says hello. And anyone in Era who was at the start of Era would have loved mine and Liam's comms, because normally most of the time we didn't actually talk about the race. We were just literally a little walk-on comedy show more than anything else. Never again will I do podcasts with the likes of Stacey Ellis and having Liam in the audience, and actually anyone from here in the audience, if you remember that as well. I couldn't keep a straight face through that with the questions that was being asked to Stacey Ellis. That was absolutely hilarious, to name a few back in the day. And yeah, don't forget, there's a link in the description of the stream with all the socials for Evolution Racing Academy, but also if you want to get involved racing in their leagues, not just the endurance championships, go onto their website. You can register to race there. It is not hosted on SimGrid, the race league. It's actually done through the website, and all the bit of hosting, everything's done internally with ERA. And there is a license system there, so if you're only new or even if you are experienced, jump in. There's a licensed server and everything running 24/7, and they'll be able to get you in the correct split and racing with the correct drivers on track, and it's going to be competitive. There's always 3 servers going, there's commentary in all of them, and yeah, it's more than anyone needs. It's a one for all, really. You come in and everything's here for you already, and of course they will have events up on SimGrid as well, and obviously SimGrid is a well-known platform. As Jabreski stays behind now, Vasquez, I was expecting to see would he come back at him. Hanek is about 0.5 off Splitzer. Peterson now is 4.5 seconds away from Van Nimmen as well. He is dropping off, of course. I have the live split times. You only see the ACC ones that update nearly every sector, I think it is. So you'll see in a second that goes out to about 4.4, 4.5 seconds. So yeah, definitely make sure as well, if you're watching this on the Horsebox stream on the Grid Twitch, on the Grid YouTube after, make sure to give a little like and subscribe, and by all means, more importantly for ERA, on their live stream here now on our channel, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the streams for ERA, for all the leagues as well as the one-off events, and make sure then to follow their socials, join the Discord and register yourself for the new seasons happening. And speaking of the new seasons, just quickly again, while the racing's still going, you'll see there it's going to be a 4-race event: 3 hours of Barcelona, 4 hours of Kota, 6 hours of Silverstone, and 4 hours of the Red Bull Ring. And there's going to be the 3 splits for that, same as today. You'll have your pro, your silver, and then bronze drivers as well. So make sure to get signed up today and get going with that as well. So I rolled my ads just like them, just for you, Lynn. So Hennick there is still behind Splitzer though. Warren's in the pits, Fair is in the pits, Briggs is in the pits, Parius is in the pits, and Diego's after getting by there. So pit lane is quite busy at the minute, and it's time for an on board with Glenn Smith once he comes around to start the next lap, which I'm sure he has enough of fuel to do. As I'm sure we're going to get this now, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy a lap on with Mr. Glenn Smith. there you have it. A nice clean lap with Glenn Smith there, showing you how to do it. As he has a car exiting the pit, they'll stay close to right. Glenn will run around the outside, and nicely done there. A bit of braking on and not getting in the way of that one. So yeah, great driving there, Glenn. That's what we like to see out there. Vasquez is right behind Polycott. Running under old livery. And doing a good job there, Mr. Polycott. Vasquez right behind Fiera and Stewart though. Ooh! How's bump draft nearly going wrong? As Fiera does get by Stewart there. Stewart, I think, got a little bit of a bump draft nudge there, but got away with it, thankfully. No more incidents in it. Well, there's one incident in 4, 9, 8, and 4 or 22. So 4, 9, 8, and 22. Let me see that we have that here. We can have a look. Yeah, we have a replay here, so let's see what it was. I pressed 4, 9, 8, and 22, and yeah, this is coming up. Don't know why that was the case there, but let me try it again. There we go. This was a bit of a bump draft more so than nothing else, so I'm sure, oh, could have been way worse, so I'm sure that's probably going to be a NFA bump draft thing, so we'll see how that one plays out. On with Vasquez now. So Vasquez 0.1 of a second. Whoa. Super aggressive, but Polycott is not going to fight that. I know what way Polycott plays, and he ain't going to be playing mad. Oh, so it looks like there is going to be a penalty, or car 22, a 5-second one for that bump draft. So the stewards have deemed that a 5-second penalty. Christian Fengler is now into the vehicle, coming out of the pits. Daddy Fangs, as Liam calls him, out for his first stint. I'm not sure why his livery has not synced up. Yeah, you see it on the screens. Car 22 gets a 5-second penalty for the bump draft there. Suppose any collision, I'm sure they can more than happy give incidents for them, because realistically it shouldn't be something that happens. Bump draft does happen though in racing, so yeah, it could have been a very serious incident though, with where it happened and the speeds and the angle of the car, and that could have been way worse. But yeah, looking through, there's quite a lot of action in the pits at the minute. I'm surprised Glenn hasn't gone in yet. Let's see when he's looking to go in, and is he going to do a driver swap for Finley, or is he going to do a double stint and then let Finley take over for a double? No, he's staying out, so Glenn is going to run this stint out longer. Hicks, Farmer and Henneken are in the pit, so Van Nimmen is staying out. They can, if there's no pit stint timer on properly, you'll be looking at about 75 minutes before the Ferraris come in. They the biggest tank out of all the cars, so they will be able to go that bit longer. It just means their last pit stop might just be like a little splash and dash if they extend it out as much as they are. So 4 of them in the pits now at the minute. Glenn now up in P4 at the minute. Mufasa, I want to say one thing. You are my driver of this race if you keep staying in it. Fair play to you. No matter what, you're sticking with it and getting in there. So my hat's off to you. Get that car back out, mate. It's all about getting the experience as well. Absolutely. It has to be done. If you're new enough to sim racing, or you're just new enough to doing long kind of stints or endurance, there's only one way of learning, is by finishing. So my hat's off to you, mate. Genuinely. Sim racing is not just about the fast lads. It's not about aliens. It's about everybody. So I absolutely applaud every single driver who takes part in events like this. And it's about the teamwork. It's about having the banter and good fun. So well done to everybody. except for Liam. Liam can just be well done because he's in here watching the race, giving his brother support, and maybe doing a little bit of a race engineer for them as well. That was a nice little move there as well to make sure he got the line off on the exit. So Smith's in the pits. I'll keep an eye to see if Finley Gamble does take over, as Vasquez now 0.4 of a second off Andy Podicot's behind us, letting others through now at the minute, so we know how well Andy is with letting back markers, or sorry, overlappers by or overtaking cars by, which is nice. Just looking at the data on pits, Vasquez 0.1 of a second now is the rat, and he can do. Let's go with Helicam. That was beautifully done there on around the outside from Wham bam, thank you, ma'am, and on to the next one. Very well done. Very, very well done. And that is how we like to see it. Lackerson now is up versus Van der Venter. Anytime I see Van der Venter, I think of Paul Venter. Paul Venter, an old legend. He's an absolute legend there. So Vario's in the pits there as well. Looks like Glenn is after coming out in P13. Finley is out in P13, so they're going to do it one after the other. So Glenn now can take a minute to relax and get his head back into it then after. So great stint from Glenn, and Finley Gamble to take over. And Finley is a great driver. He's only about a year or so driving, maybe a little bit over a year doing sim racing properly. He's impressed me with how far he's come as well. He would have been on the slower end of the spectrum, as I'll say, to make it sound worse than what it is. That's only fresh tires. Don't worry about that, Finley. Oh no. No, I'm only talking nice about him when I've jinxed him. This is what I do. A bit of jinxing. So he needs to not go too far back. Yeah, he's got away with that. Okay, these things happen. There's a long way to go, Finley. Don't be worrying too much about it. But yeah, no, he's come a long way. That doesn't show how far he's come, but trust me, he's done such a good job, and I'm very impressed by him. On now it looks in a Van der Venter. Van der Venter doing a little bit of defensiveness there, and I think Lucas just thought slightly better of it there when he's seen the movements there as well. So yeah, it looks like they're all working quite hard at the minute. And I don't see the 2ID racing guys there, so they're probably in the 2ID server chatting away and giving the details back to each other there as well. Kevin Wetzel here is now 0.3 of a second off Merrily at the minute. So we'll see how that one goes. Andy Podicot's only 0.4 of a second off as well, as he is tipping along. So Nathan had a great first stint, so Mr. Andy Podicott has a nice buffer to the next person in their split. And like realistically, they're really only fighting those people in their splits. Like it doesn't make any difference then. They'll have a win either way. So while it's fun to race some of the faster splits, look, if they're super fast, let them by. It's, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, no matter whether you're watching on the Evolution Racing Academy YouTube page, my own one after with the VOD, or if you're looking back on our Twitch page, don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, and visit the Evolution Racing Academy website, which is in the link in the description in the Evolution Racing Academy's YouTube stream right now. You'll see it in the link there, and get registered up for the league racing. Oh, and that looks like that was Van der Veer, or Van der Venter, was it? Yes. Let's go back. We got a first class view of that one. Van der Venter. Oh, he cut across to the fence, but that was just asking for incidents. Oh. That's why sometimes you gotta let the ego go. If a driver's faster in an endurance, just let them by, because it's not your race. And unfortunately now he is after having huge damage, as along with the BMW. Oh, the BMW is only getting going now. Wow. Okay, so I'm sure the stewards won't be taking it. Nice look to that one there. So I'm expecting something coming in there now. So minor punt pass potential. So 151 is getting a 15-second penalty for causing a collision, I see. And there's another 3 incidents in there for them to look at, and 2 of them being the incident between Van der Venter and Mr. Lucasen as well. So yeah, it's unfortunately these things can happen. Christian Fengler gets a lovely move done on stream there as well from Hoke, and he goes up in the P7 now. So these guys are having a great race. Now, I'm not going to jinx Christian, although I jinxed Mr. Binley Gamble, but Christian was saying, oh, P5 in their split would be amazing. They're currently sitting P1 in their split. Now, of course, there still is 2 hours and 40 odd minutes to go, but that's underselling it, I think, Christian, a little bit. As Poddycott's getting by Ja now. Ja being overtook now by Jasperski, although Jasperski had to let off a bit there. So Poddycott's boy at least for now, which is nice. I'm pulling out. Van der Venter and Lucasen are in the pits there. I'll be interested to see what happens with both of these, because that was madness. But that's experience though as well. While it looks like probably worse than what it is, it's probably just the experience of not knowing how to defend or whatever else. I don't know all the drivers here, but at least they can look back at incidents. And I think that's the one thing as well. While an incident, it's so frustrating when you get a penalty, but look back at it from a learning curve. Why did it happen? What could you have done better to avoid that? And take it on board and continue on. It's not to ask you not to race hard, it's more so to race smart. So whatever does happen, and whether you feel you've been doing too hard for, it just has to be done. It looks like yes, car 76 will be getting, looks like 2 stop and go 130s. I don't know whether it's only going to be 1 due to both incidents being the same or not, but we'll see that. Major collision, block, impossible, intentional is the description on that one. I don't think it's intentional. I think it's lack of experience, and hopefully they do see that as well. But I think the penalty fits the crime there, because that was huge. And of course, while he has hurt his own race in a way, he's really hurt the race of the other driver as well. So I think that's a very fair assessment of that one. Also, it's the 1 stop and go just for 2 of them, or for that one incident, and then the other incidents in NFA. I mean, so 76 will have a stop and go, as you see it coming up on screen now, and I think that's only fair. So Finley Gamble is after losing another position there. What's happened, Finley? So I was going along racing hard with Vasquez behind. Vasquez. Oh, Finley just gets it onto that outside. Yeah, it is what it is. That's fine. The worst thing is when you do take that wide line, because of the rubber there, you actually do lose quite a bit of grip. At least Finley will know that for next time, maybe to keep the line a bit tighter around that corner. Although it looks like he was letting the other guy by as well. So I think that's very fair. Wesel here is right on the back of Marley there, 0.3 of a second off. Doing quite a nice job. Much more aggressive line there from the Lamborghini, using more of the track, more of the carbon, but it's just a little bit too far off at the minute. Oh, Mufasa gone. Mufasa. His teammates in the car. I'm not going to worry you. Fair play to his lads. Oh, huge damage, but keep it going, get in the pits, go again. You're 9 laps off. It's not going to affect where you finish, but get that experience in. Haynick and Hoke are at it again. 0.3 of a second between them now. And this is for P3 and P2 in their split. So let's see, will much develop coming down towards the corkscrew. And Wetzel and Merrily 20 seconds behind them. Having a battle still there as well, 0.2 of a second off them. So we'll be able to look at that one as it develops now. But this is just side by side. Hennick looks like he's going to get the job done, and Hoke does. Now the only thing is, will that BMW with the draft and the straight line speed come back? At the minute, Hennick is doing just enough. It's only 0.2 off. He's going to need to go on that inside defensive line soon. No, he's gone against. He's done a very good job there. He's carried the speed up and was able to stay ahead. So good job. That's how it's done. Now, oh, unfortunately for Wetzel, Merrill's getting a draft from a back marker, it looks like, at the minute. And he's going to be stuck between them in a minute by the looks of it there, because the back marker has got out of the way, actually, so fair play to them. So Wetzel's still able to get through and not really be affected too much in terms of being stuck behind a back marker. As Ray, I think, has had a bit of a moment. Did we get it on stream? Or is he just going to let him by? No, he's just letting him by. He's not getting involved. And I respect that. As I say, sometimes it's better off not to get involved with a car and just get on with it. So, tip the hat to you. Great driver etiquette. Okay, that is brilliant. I just like what was said there. For there was an incident there between 38 and 27. Now it's an NFA, but it just says instant karma. So whatever happened, obviously, it was deserved. So that's brilliant. Real time racing rated party. How are you doing, real time racing? Sorry there, I've only seen that now. Hope you're keeping well, and hopefully you're enjoying the racing here with Evolution Racing, who we're covering. Out of this 4 hour in Watkins Glen, 2 hours and 40 minutes left, and 3 different splits racing. So 3 different races we're really looking at in the one, which is great to see. We're still with 31 cars out of 35. So not going too bad. And yeah, so Wetzel at 0.6 of a second off Merrily. I see Farmer is starting to get under the second mark. Christian Fengler P7. I'll keep an eye on that one as well. But this is huge though. Van Nimmen is now 17.1 seconds. 17.1 seconds ahead of P2, which is Drozdov in the Mustang. Then Loreo is P3, then Vance is P4. So Vance's car was sitting in P2, unfortunately. They've obviously had some kind of an issue because he's now gone from P2 to P4 over the last probably 15 minutes or so before I seen them last time pitting. Ah, fair play to you, mate. I know how you are, Liam. How are you getting on, mate? Is everything good with you? And the Daytona 500, how was that? I'm trying to get back into an iRacing commentary and that as well, so I'm sure it was on iRacing you were covering, was it? With Wetzel again, 0.9 of a second off Merrily now, so that's kind of simmered down for now. Andy Polycott still leading the bronze category here. He would have been an old sparring partner for my old communities racing team, along with Nathan Warren, so that's why I have a close little affinity for these guys. And of course myself and Nathan Warren have partook in a race or two, and it's something I would consider getting back into doing. I'd only have interest in endurance racing myself, although I do better talking than I do racing. But look, it is all grand as Farmer gets by there. Indicator by Christian. Christian not getting involved. Christian just getting on with his own race. Christian, don't forget to turn off the indicator, mate. Got in with a team and running over LMP2. Oh, wow. So, was it a full oval? Finished P7 after a tough race. Oh, wow. Tough late race wreck. And how many seconds did it give you there? Because obviously if it's iRacing, it could be fecking a long time. Because I remember I was in a GT4 for Daytona. Was it Daytona? Yeah, it was a Daytona 500, I think, as well. And I lost it in the Cayman GT4, hit a wall, and it was 45 minutes worth of damage. It was absolutely horrendous. I had 13 minutes of repair, got 2 minutes of it done. Wow. Yeah, I love iRacing, but it's so painful when you crash there, mate. It's so painful. But yeah, these guys doing a good job here as well. Robert Fault for Noobs Racing. Oh, it's my favourite Swede. How are you doing, Mr. or Mrs. Moorbeth? Now, are you a proper Swede now? So, guys, I'm actually going to run through every single car from last to first, so this will just take a second. I just want to give everyone a little bit of airtime as well as we're going through. I was missing a ribbon, but you know, it's NASCAR, so you keep it running. Exactly, which that's all you can do with NASCAR. You just got to keep the head down and keep it going. I love the NASCAR on iRacing is absolutely top notch. I use the Toyota Camry when I'm doing the iRacing NASCAR though. I absolutely love it. I love iRacing. So we're going to go through all the cars. So we're on with Sampa, Peltari and P31 for B Motorsports. And I'm loving seeing these guys going. Of course, he's got big damage at the minute. Do you know what? Because he's so far behind, I'd recommend if they can hear me or if they're, if anyone else is there that's part of their team, just ask them to go and repair and get back out there. Where's the other stream? There's only one stream tonight that I'm aware of for the era 4 hours. And then in P30 we have Jan Deventer. And they are 4 laps down at the minute, but doing a good job for Simstuff Racing in car number 76. P29, then we've got Sebastian Lucasen for Schaffler TR Racing, and doing a decent job there as well. Then we've got Van der Heever in P28, doing a good job there in his Ferrari. I do love the livery scheme of that car as well. It looks quite nice on the 296. Then in P27 we have Adrian Moreau. That's a name I definitely remember. Good to see him still racing. And he's sitting in P27 at the minute. Then we have, it looks like Matthew East, another driver I remember for the AA driving school in P26. And then we have Robert Folt in P25 with Noobs Racing, or Noobs Racing, is I'm sure what they're trying to say. Doing a very, very, very good job there. And Ray's just lost position there and looks like gained a bit of damage for Wise Racing Endurance in P24 now. And I'm sure we'll see them going into the pits maybe to get rid of that damage now. Thanks very much, Chris. I hope you're keeping well, mate. And then we have Mr. Nulty in P23, 24 seconds off in his Mercedes at the minute. But an Irish driver, so Ben Nulty, Kunasatatu, Cade me the Falcha. Good to see the Irish guys out representing in my old community. We had plenty of Irish lads. I'd love to see them getting involved with ERA as well and getting the Irish representation up. P22 then we have Lucas Joubert from South Africa in his McLaren, doing a very good job. He's only 17 seconds or so off Mr. Adam Stewart for Wise Racing Endurance. Then in P21, of course, you see quite a few of their teams on the track this evening. Is that Matty East in car 400? It absolutely is Matty East in car 400 real-time racing, or Liam should I say. So as we continue going through the cars there, next up we have Terence Fiera in P20 for Player One Racing from South Africa, doing a very good job, 26 seconds or so just off Mr. Ja in P19 in the car number 68. Ja is. Then my boy Mr. Andy Polycraft for Air Race Gang in P20 or P18 for car number 27, and I'm so happy with how good Andy is doing here this evening, and of course Nathan as well, leading their split at the minute by quite a bit of time as well. So keep the head down, guys, and get yourself a beautiful, beautiful victory in your split. I'll be egging you on the whole way throughout. P17 then we've got Jazabreski. I'm ruining that name. It is what it is. Or Shema, should I say. He's a Polish driver there. P17 for him. P16 is Wee Maddie, or Finley Gamble, Matty's younger cousin, for the 2ID race team. And of course his teammate today is the handsome man Glenn Smith, and doing a good job in P16 after a bit of a tough start for him with the spin off coming out of the pits on his stint. He's recovered quite well and is doing decent pace as well, looking at his lap times. So keep it up there, Finley. And in P15 then we've got Mike Vasquez for car number 5, an American driver here for Please Break in turn 1, and doing a very, very respectable job. Lap times as well, quite respectable as well. Then ahead of him, we've got Klasan, who is doing a good job there in car number 10 from South Africa. And he's about 5 seconds or so off P13, but also he's nearly 4 seconds clear of Vasquez behind as well, which is good work there. So Thomas Hudak, as we say, nearly 5 seconds or so up the road there from Klassen, doing a very good job. And keeping that paintwork nice and shiny on that McLaren. Then we have Freddie Marley in car number 497, Wise Racing Endurance Team. A little bit of damage on the front of that, but I do feel, you know, he'll be able to keep that going. And he's about 10 seconds clear of Wetzel, but he is 4 seconds clear of Hudak behind as well. So 10 seconds down to this man, Kevin Wetzel, in the Lamborghini in P11. And I do love this livery. I do like the camo look. It really does pop, and it's a livery you really do notice in stream. So that's awesome. So now we're into the top 10 of things, guys. So Dennis Hoek for Flying Dutchman Racing in P10, car number 31. And I'm sure in that car, if we went on board, all you'd hear is Super Max turned up to the max plane away, giving them motivation there. But a very respectable job from them, nearly 10 seconds clear of Wetzel behind. And they're about 15.5 seconds off this person here, Mr. Chris Heineck from South Africa in P9 for GSRT Racing. And doing a very, very respectable job there. They're actually only 2 seconds off Mr. Christian Fengler just ahead for Track Tool Team. I'll call him the era Daddy Fengler team. And he's doing a very respectable time as well. Looking at his best lap time and his average lap times, he's doing quite nicely. And doing enough to be P1 of a slip by 2 seconds or so. And we'll jump on now with the higher end of the field. There's only 6 seconds off Christian, so Christian still has a chance to maybe swing up with the big boys as well. But we're on now with Jason Farmer for Griffin Sim Racing, and he's 20 seconds off his P6 rival, but you know, strategy might play with that later. So we've got Rowan Hennick next in P6, who is 1.3 seconds ahead. You'll see just up the road there, Mr. Miami there as well in P5 in the Porsche. Then we have Chris Vance in P4 for KFD, and they were running P2, but they are down 2 positions at the minute, but I'm sure they might be able to catch that up, although they're 16.1 seconds off Mr. Sean Loureiro for GSRT Racing in P3. So Africans are well represented here today as well. And it's nice to see the great diverse mix of drivers and where they're from as well this evening. Pavel Drozdov then in P2 for G-Stars Racing in that Ford. He is 1.3 seconds clear of Loureiro behind, which I've actually probably just shown there, although it looks like Finley Gamble in between them, so at least he has that gap. But Roland van Nimmen has been absolutely flying, 18.1 seconds clear. And I'm trying to think, at the start he was behind Jayesh, but then of course Jayesh had that, I suppose, desync of the steering wheel, and unfortunately had a bit of an incident as well, so he's been absolutely on it. So great stuff out of him, and he's 51 laps into this race, 2 hours and 28 minutes to go. So we're nearly halfway, we're getting there, guys. And it's been great racing. It's very fair. It's a bit spread out at the minute. This does happen, but Fengler and Hennick now will be the closest people racing at the minute. And this is for split position for first and second. So Christian, I don't think he'll be doing the indicator this time round. I think he's going to try and fight this one as much as he can and make sure to keep that position as well. But we'll see how this one plays out. So we jump on with car 400 as well for yourself, Liam. So that is Matthew East. And you know what? When he comes around to the start straight, I'm going to do a full on board lap and you can enjoy Matthew East racing here. One thing I will say, just seeing a perfect view of what a back marker should do as well, instead of kind of getting out of the way in a mad location or losing loads of time by slamming on the brakes. He just kept the throttle consistent twice there, not gaining speed but not dropping speed, letting the back or the overtaking blue flags by, and then he gets back on the throttle. So that was an absolute prime example of how you should let faster cars through or lapping cars. So well done, Mr. East. That's what I love to see back on now at Van der Heever, who is about 0.7 of a second off Mr. Lukeson for P26. Nulty is in the pits as well as Ya. Fastest lap is still a 1:44.02 at the minute. That hasn't improved in a while. Let me see. So the speed trap data is not coming through for me, but the time pitted, the fastest pit stop, including being stopped and getting out of the pits, has been a 1 minute and 4 seconds from Kristen Fengler. They were 32 seconds stopped, so they would have got a good pit entrance as well there on the way in. So an interesting thing to see, and you can actually gain time and lose time in the pits as well. So if you're not used to racing, once you go to the pits, you need to get the braking marker just right, but you need to do it as close to the braking line as possible or as you're there, otherwise you get a drive through. So some drivers will be absolutely spot on with this and can actually gain between a second to 2 or 3 seconds, and that also depends on how much fuel you put in, how long you're stopped for and stuff like that as well. So pit stops are massive, and especially in endurance where there's several of them, it makes quite a big difference. So we'll see how this one goes now, as we're on with Chris Heineck. So Vasquez now is in the pits as well with Finley Gamble after getting by there. Joe Barton and P21 is 0.4 of a second off Mr. Stewart as well ahead there. So Adam doing a good enough job at the minute. And that's what he's looking at the minute. McLaren not really making an impression on him as well. I was expecting McLaren to actually make an impression on him. But, yeah, not to the extent that I was thinking it would do. So, while Lucas is... he's keeping it steady as well. It's just, I suppose, they're both quite similar in pace and that, so it is what it is. It'll be to and from. But we still have 31 cars left out of 35 as well, which is absolutely phenomenal to see. 0.1 of a second now, so any second now I'm expecting this to happen. But I'm setting expectations that aren't being delivered. Good driving there as well from Mr. Stewart. And that looks like Finley Gamble just behind him as well. So Finley Gamble's looking to lap these guys, so they will surely jump out of the way nicely. Finley showing the nose, just let them know, look, I'm here, let me through. Surely this is where you let a blue flag through, just to let them go. Yeah, good stuff there from, that looks like Jobert's done, but now Stewart might be able to do this into the braking zone at bus stop, which will then give him still a decent kind of gap as well. He's what, 1.7 now? No, it's not going to work out as well for him. Let's see how this one goes. Jump on with wee Finley here. Of course, they use the British GT rules, so you don't have to mandatory get out of the way of the blue flags. Finley, though, getting a bit impatient and kind of letting them know, look, I'm there. And see, this is the thing now. Now he's put himself in worse off position with Schobert now literally 0.1 of a second off. If he let that done sooner and then use Finley Gamble's toe, he might be in a less precarious position than what he finds himself in now. So let's see what happens there. No more incidents since, I would say, nearly half an hour ago now. It hasn't been an incident, so that's good stuff. Just yours get a bit of a break there as well from everything that's going on. So Klassen now 0.2 of a second off Hudek. And Jobert is 0.4 of a second off Stewart as well. Klassen, well, it's not really pushing up. I was expecting a bit more. But then again, it's still kind of too early to be going too mad. We're nearly halfway through. So everyone who is watching, please let me know who you'd love to see and on board with next. It's used that choose and vote on list, so you just tell me who you want to watch. Whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch live, just let me know what car you'd love to see and on board with, and we will do so. And don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, leave a comment, give a thumbs up especially, and get more eyes on the streams. Share them if you can with other sim racers and get them to enjoy the racing. Of course, they can sign up and race with Evolution Racing Academy on their website and race in their leagues, and they do host a few events on SimGrid for the endurance stuff as well. So yeah, get your head in the game and get involved. Forge East, but he was just on the stream. Yeah, go AA driving school. AA driving school. I thought there was 2 cars for AA driving school though, because we've already done Matthew East, so we can't really do that. Was there a second car that was AA driving school as well, or am I going mad? I thought there was. Maybe I am going mad looking through them all. So I'm not going to go to them just yet, because we literally are only after coming off them. So we won't do that one just yet. Yeah, and just kind of a quick reminder there of this as well. You've got the 4 race endurance series coming on, where there is going to be a 3 hour of Barcelona, 4 hours of Kota, 6 hours of Silverstone, and then 4 hours of the Red Bull Ring coming up your way, and you'll be able to register for them through the Aero website or Discord for more information as well. There's only one this time. For some reason I thought there was 2 AA cars in it this time, but that's also very fair. So Heineck is starting to catch Malami a little bit there, but Malami is just far enough ahead at the minute for it not to be too much of a threat. So we'll see how this one goes. Heineck there is still kind of behind Christian Fengler, not making much of an impact now. So I'm sure Christian is delighted to relax there a little bit. Let me see then. It's kind of gapped out elsewhere at the minute, and this is what happens. That's part of sim racing. Gonna go on to Volt. Actually, was starting to catch Jobert a little bit there. Nicely done. So he's down from a second to 0.6 in a few corners. Now, apologies, I was just getting a quick drink there. It doesn't look like there was any more incidents in just one for an NFA for 21 and number 10, which happened a few minutes ago. So yeah, being quite smooth sailing the last half an hour or so incident-wise. Heineck now 0.3 of a second off Liami. I have a feeling the Porsche might be under a bit of pressure this time, as he's after dropping down to 0.4 of a second, and we know the Porsche just isn't as fast in a straight line as this Ferrari. The Ferrari taking a nicer line through might gain him a 10th of a second on exit, with a little bit of a toe as well. Where's Porsche? Miami's doing a phenomenal job in the Porsche, because he's not gained any time. Wow. Very well done. Staying at 0.4 still. And Nick and Fengler is still running at about 0.7, 0.8, so that really hasn't changed too much. Although Van der Heever is now in the pits. So they are, what, 28, 29, 30 seconds. So in the next 2 or 3, they should be out if it's a standard pit. It's not a standard pit. It's going on a lot longer than they want. Might have a tiny bit of damage to fix. Still in there. This is definitely not ideal, so that's going to be definitely fixing damage there as well. That is the worst feeling when you're sitting there waiting. Oh, and he didn't have the engine. Oh, he did have the engine going nicely. So he was stationary for, what, 39 seconds? Yeah, that's not ideal. That was 7 seconds longer than what you'd ideally like. So, tiny bit of damage fixed, but at least it's done. Drozdov is now on the pits from P2. So we're starting to see, and that's an earlier stop than I expected, 45, 50 minutes after its first pit stop. Interesting. Wonder what the reasoning is for that. Now, let me go back to Hennick, who is 0.3 of a second off. So he's a tenth less, but it looks like he didn't have as good of a line there as Maliami. But he does have a bit of a toe this time, 0.3 of a second still. Gone back to 0.4. Now, Heineck and Fengler is still at the same gap, so yeah, they're kind of struggling, I think, at the minute just to try and get the move done. Now, Van Nimmen is now 22.2 seconds clear of Loreo, who's 23 seconds clear of Vance. So they really are starting to spread out quite nicely, especially with Drozdov after pitting as well. So as the Drozdov now, it's Malinov back in the car. Malenkov also was quite a fast driver, so this might help them get themselves back up there. But they've come in from P2, and with a strong driver in as well, could find themselves staying in P2 after all the pit stops done. But they were stopped for 32 seconds on the button, so that was your average standard stop, which is exactly what they needed, which is good stuff out of them. That's all you can expect really at this stage. Heineck still there with Mr. Fengler, but not to the point that you'd want. Dudek back out then at P14 after the pit stop. Let me have a look then. Finley Gamble's P15. Oh, Hooks had a bit of a moment, did he? No. I just let a faster car through, that was all. I thought there was a little bit of a... Oh no, there was an incident. That can happen. Once you run too wide in the grass, your turning kind of goes, and unfortunately become a bit of a passenger, so very unlucky there. But in terms of the car is already hugely damaged, so probably wouldn't have affected it as much as you might think at this stage. Some cars carrying some big scars out there at the moment. So looking there as well, Hoek is starting to come up to Klasan as well, although that's kind of dropped off a bit. It was nearly at the 1.2, but that's dropped off. I thought he was coming back a bit. False hope by the game. Sometimes the sectors read a bit different than they should. As we've got a drive-through penalty for car 68, so there's a few drive-throughs coming in now. So that's quite unlucky there for car 68, and further down there's a drive-through there for... They also thought another drive-through was cleared. Maybe it was just the pit stop cleared was popping up there. There's a few things coming up there at once. There was another incident in there a minute ago between 69 and 420 NFA, and it's rubbing his racing is the comment. So yeah, just obviously hard racing but fair racing, and they were let away. So we're on Hennick then at P5. Still there with Miami, but is not finding a way through. So Miami doing a phenomenal job in the Porsche. But now Fengler has another car in the Smiths now. This is the original P2 driver of Melenkov. How does he go about this? Because it's definitely not time for them to be pitting as of yet. So what way would you go about this? Because he needs to use that lap car to his advantage to maybe build a tiny bit of a gap back between himself and Hennick there for that as Hennick goes wide, lets him through. 0.6, 0.7, 0.8. I think this is the time Christian needs to let him through either at the bus stop or just after the bus stop as he gets closer. But then again, you don't want to lose too much time because he's after pulling out a bit of a gap there. Christian needs to do this just right. He's done the right thing by kept it going. They're too far apart at the minute. I would say into the next corner here, he should maybe run a little bit wider and just let him through under braking. Let's see, does he go for that? No, not yet. Maybe he's thinking a different area. You'll know Christian would have put on the indicator to let him know. At the minute though, he could use him. It's not going to be helping Melenkov, but Christian looks like he's going to run wide and let them go through there. I think that is perfectly done there by Christian. Yeah, and he hasn't really lost much time, although he has to lose a little bit of time there letting off, but he would have took back in, and he's going to have then the advantage of maybe a little toe as well, as although Hennick's now 0.2 of a second off Fengler, so toughie. Toughy. Fengler still holding it though. Hennick though is going for Fengler on the defensive already. There's no need for him to make the move here. He just needs to use the toe. Christian gets a better exit there though. So Christian has the better drive out of the corner as well. Absolutely not a bother there. Nicely done there, Christian. Jumping on McClassen here now, who gets by. Although here we have Ryan, Miami and Vance now. Interesting. This is the closest I've seen these two as well, so maybe you might see something happening now down towards the bus stop because the Ford is going to pull away. It's at 0.2 of a second now. Fengler and Hennick is at 0.3. I'll come back to that obviously if I see an overtake happening. I think this though is going to be a key move if he's able to get it done. He's been stuck behind Miami now for ages. This is probably his best opportunity. He needs to get a much better exit here, carry more speed on the exit, run wider. I still think he could have carried a little bit more speed through and ran that bit wider. So Miami is actually starting to catch that Ford, but now the Ford will start to pull out surely. This Porsche is having a blinder of a race. Is the fairest way to say this. Yeah, he is kept it going there. Super impressed with that. Christian Fengler is after making a 1.2 second gap between himself and Hennick now. So Christian back in the swing of things now, and at least he has the overtaker that he knew was going to, or was aware that was going to come, is gone through. So he can now focus ahead. Andy Pollicott's still leading his split as well. He is the guts of about 40 odd seconds clear of Stewart, which is great. Van Nimmer, of course, is still leading P1 at 22.8 seconds and leading his split at the minute. So in terms of people being on the same lap, the top 10 are still on the same lap, and then backwards then they are lapped, be it one lap or more. But these things happen. And that's the joys of having splits as well, so everybody has something to be fighting for also. Looking through there now, so Nathan and Polycott are together. Christian is streaming for Spitzer. I'm sure Spitzer might go into a practice before you come back in, and that's normally what happens when you're doing these things. The teammate might go off, get a bit of food, come for a break, whatever it may be, and then jump on a few minutes kind of before their stint, get a few laps in, get the right back in. Then by the time they go in, they'll do the pit stop if you're using ACC Drive, for instance, an amazing app, to do the pit stop strategies and then go back out at it and get things done. Hard on the brakes there from Mr. Polycott. Nicely done on Mechanic now, and Fengler 0.1 of a second between us, so I think Christian under pressure now. He's doing a good job to not crack under that pressure as well. With Vance under pressure from Aliami and the other Hennick driver, brothers they are, as Anthony de Gamble told me earlier on. So guys, please let me know who you'd love to see a on-board lap with. I can't do Matthew East because I've already done him in the last half an hour or so. So please let me know what driver you'd love to see an on-board lap with, and we jump on and get an on-board lap done. Oh, Maliami. Side by side. This is good news for Hennick though. Oh, whoa. Look at the power of that Mustang. Don't touch, guys, don't touch. Yeah, the Mustang just keeps it there because of that simple power that has. Interesting. Ferrario there, Sean in P2. Oh, this is interesting. 0.1.1. Porsche got a bad exit because he ran too much carbon, was clipping the grass there. This sideways on exit as well, not good. The tyres are overheating. I'm gonna pick the lap car that we're gonna do the lap with now in a minute, because I don't see any other thing. My teammate the man is messing me consistency as we're about learning. I think that's very, very fair. It's all about consistency, and because of that nice one there, Mr. Gimp Doctor, we'll jump on with your teammate once they come around there. And this is sim racing is all about learning, and endurance is where you learn the most. You understand the data more, we understand how the tires work, the temperatures, all that kind of stuff. Make my livery look good. Your livery has not synced up. Don't know why your livery hasn't synced up, mate. I did run the awesome sim racing from Era, so I don't know why that hasn't come up for you. But I will jump onto your teammate now and we get an on-board lap with. Now, Mr. Gimp Doctor there, your teammate is done you proud. That was a nice lap there. And the more laps he does, the better he'll get as well. And consistency is the biggest key. Once he's consistency there, the pace will come. So keep up the great work, lads, and keep the good fight going. There's halfway through now. Only 2 hours left to go, so well done to the guys. Sandy Polycott's now in the pits. We'll see if Nathan Moran's going to take over. Fengler has lost out there to Heineck. So he is now 0.7 off him. Let's see what can happen as Lario is now in the pits as well. So Vance is still out there. So Lario's out in the pits. Let's see where they come out. I think was it Maliami? Or was it no, it was Malenkov that was behind them. So let's see how much Lario loses, and do they come out ahead or behind Malenkov or Melenikov as well. This will be a very interesting one to see. Especially Melenikov has had quite clear air for a while, although lap times not on the pace. He was about a second off where his fastest lap was. Of course, we're in race pace at the minute now in clear air. This is the phase, I suppose, of a 4 hour where you're kind of just more consistent. Wait for the last hour to come and start pushing again. You don't want to take too many chances. You want to make sure that you survive. So let's see how this goes for them. Right. So they do come out behind by 6.8 seconds, so it's not too bad. And I let the time settle down. Christian Fengler is in the pits now as well. So I'm wondering, does Fengler change back out and let Splitsum take over? So Heineck has not found a way past Maliami. Vance is still ahead of Maliami as well. So Vance is actually holding quite a bit of pressure here. Of course, going through back markers as well helps. So Vance doing a very, very good stint here and keeping the guys behind. So Spitzer's back in the car now. Here's Martin. So let's see how Martin goes this time. He had a very, very good first stint, and Christian had a great stint there as well. Andy Polycott then just behind him, or is that Nathan Moran actually that's in the car? It's Nathan. So Nathan's back in as well. So good stuff out of all of these. Vance in the pit still, so at least for Spitzer he's down 5th in their split at the minute, but of course they have a pit stop on hand on the guys ahead. So Vance is in the pits now, not wasting any poor time. So Maliami and Heineck I would expect to be in the next lap or two. Melenkov is what, about 7.2 seconds clear of Larayo now as well, so that's going quite nicely for those. What I like to see. So guys, let us see a few more likes on this Evolution stream. 26 people watching. Let's get up to about 15 likes. Keep doing that, because the more you do that, the more Evolution Racing's YouTube will be seen by others. And that's those small little things to support any league community or even my own channel. Please definitely do that. It's what it's all about. It's why we do the streaming. So on my Heineck here, I'm sure he's absolutely sick to his teeth of seeing Maliami ahead there as well, or Malmi. Ray is in the pits also and coming out there. Taylor is still doing a good job. He's still driving with a mangled car. He is the mad one. Or at least one thing, he'll understand how nice the car feels after he comes back in, but he's got consistency back because he hasn't done any more damage to the car since. So there's that. So at least with a bad car he's learned how to drive, so now once he pits he's going to feel like an absolute legend again. As Heineck is still behind, but he's super close this time to Maliam. What way did he go about it there? Oh, he's got a much better exit this time. This is probably his strongest chance in a while. Side by side. Oh, the Porsche is not giving up. Malmy is not giving up, but this is as good of a chance as any for Hennig to get the job done side by side. There's no real draft from either of these. He's got the job done. That's took him the guts of most of this stint for this, but he's finally got it done. 0.7 clear now. Farmer 5 seconds off them as well, so doing a great job there. Mankoff then, who was originally P2, I'm sure would like to get back involved with that one there. Spitzer out in P12. We'll start to see representing a lap from him soon enough as this pushes on. And yeah, this is what it's all about. I love seeing the chess game that is endurance racing play out. Peterson as well having a good race sitting in P8 at the minute now after their pit stop. So let's see what Mr. Christoph Peterson can do. I know he was rapid in that Ford in his first stint, so let's see, has his brake helped him out? And what can he do for the next 53 to maybe an hour or so? Let's see how long he can pull this stint out for the last one. So I'll just go through all of the cars again because I want to give everyone a bit of airtime there. So in P31 is Sampa Pelliatri at the minute in the 151 Ford Mustang with quite heavy damage, but it's still keeping it going, so that's what we love to see. Then in P30 we have Dennis Rayman, and he is doing a good job as well. As his teammates said earlier, they're only here getting experience, they're new enough to this, so love seeing that. So it's great to see his consistency is there, and look, the more you race, the more you do these, the more you will learn, so well done guys. Then Jan de Venter is next for Sim Stuff Racing, and he is in P29. He's had a few incidents, but it's all character building is how I put it, and at least that's an extra bit of experience in the bag. Brandon Harvey next should I say, in P28 there for Wise Racing Endurance. Then we've got Sean Young for AA Driving in P27, doing a very, very good job. Last lap of 151, their best is a 147.6. Then we've got Mr. Rob van der Heever for GS Ortiz Racing, quite consistent with their laps. In fairness, looking at their laps there, doing a good job. Oriel Ja next, P25, and doing a nice job as well. Then we have Ulrich de Jag in P24 for Griffin Sim Racing. Then in P23 we have Sebastian Lukeson for Shelfer TR Racing, doing a good job in P23. P22 then is Adrian Marud, a driver I think has been in ERA since its inception and takeover of what it was originally, many years ago now, many moons ago should I say, in P22. P21 for John Spriggs for Wise Racing Endurance, and doing a very nice job. Then we've got Thomas Hagen, who is one of the stewards in ERA since pretty much day one as well, and in P20 at the minute. I think this is his first stint tonight. Hopefully I'm not mistaken that, but I think this is his first stint here, and he was flat out doing the stewarding up until about 20 minutes ago, so fair play to him. Not an easy job. Then we have Wayne Fiera next in P19 in the Aston Martin. That's a nice looking livery that for a South African team. Then our boy Nathan Warren next in P18, doing a phenomenal job, leading his split by the guts of a minute and a half, nearly 2 minutes now, so in a very good position. Then Mujak Jatsbreski, but I'm going to ruin his name, in P17. Then we have Davis Shoughton in P16 in the BMW. Then we've got Jake Finn in his Ferrari in P15. Now, I'm just going to give my whole Canadian theory. I think South Park is correct when they talk their head splits in half and they love fart jokes. But anyway, Jake can let me know after the race if I am correct or incorrect in that. Then we have Thomas Huddock in P14, and he's doing a quite good job, and that team for Hoodie Racing is doing a very good job there. Lap times have been quite consistent throughout. Then we've got Madre Klassen next in P13. Another South African driver. They're all doing a lekker job. Then we've got Christian Wutak in P12 and doing a great job. I only noticed that team name now that he's using the car. Team Pussy Deluxe. Absolutely love it. They're the winners in my book. Then in P11 we have Finley Gamble for 2ID Racing, and it'll be Glenn Smith in the vehicle then for the last stint, I'm assuming. Or maybe he hasn't just pitted yet, but he's doing a good job nonetheless, is Finley. Then Martin Splitzer is doing a good job, and he is only took over from Christian Fengler. So these guys here running P3 in their split, but the other two still have to pit, so they could be still running P1 in their split, which will be absolutely awesome. I know Christian didn't want to jinx himself beforehand, but doing a phenomenal job. Then we have then Freddie Merrily in P9. I keep thinking of Freddie Mercury when I say it quick. Freddie Merrily though doing a great job in P9 for Wise Racing Endurance. Then in P8 we have then David Roth, the American, doing a very good job in P8. And I'm very confused. I didn't know Americans can turn right-hand turns, so this is mad to see. Fair play to him, joking aside, doing a phenomenal job. Jason Farmer next for Griffin Sim Racing then in P7. Another driver from South Africa doing a great job there. Then we've got Christoph Peterson in P6 in that Ford. And of course they have pitted and they're still a little bit out of sync with their positions at the minute, but doing a phenomenal job. Then we've got C. Haynock there in P5. Sean Loreo in P4. Quite a lot of South African drivers. Max Melinikov in P3. Then we have Rowan Hennick in P2. Of course, he's yet to pit as well. And Mr. Romuald van Nimmen in P1 at the minute and just driving exceptionally well. Super consistent in lap times. And an absolute pleasure to watch racing. And we'll stay on with him for that. You know what? I'm going to do a full on board lap with him. Another exceptional lap there, 144.907 there from that lap. Pleasure to watch, and you can just see the difference there. He's letting the car slide through the corner, carrying a lot more speed and not scrubbing off too much going through a lot of those corners, which is absolutely exactly where you need it to be. So well done to him. Nice stream cover, guys. Nice thumbnail, absolutely. Guys on it with the artwork, which is what it's all about as well. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're enjoying yourselves and enjoying the racing that's going on. Wonder where the red and white livery's from. God knows, God knows. Tell me. How you doing, Scrub? And Ollie's S, how are you, mate? So, C. Hennick is finally in the pits as well. So, Spitzer looks like he's going to get by him, and he does. So, they're back ahead now. Spitzer's done a great job there. So, they got by Christian kind of near the end of Christian's stint. So, Martin doing some great lap times there. And is now 0.6 ahead of them. So Martin's actually lapping massively close to their overall best. He's mid 45s at the minute. So Martin's actually driving very good. There's only one Christian Wuttak. I would definitely say that as well. Good to see it. But speaking of him there, he's doing a good job. He's 3.2 seconds off Finley Gamble. I'd say that 3 seconds off, so he's catching in quite a good time as well. There's only one Team Pussy Deluxe in my opinion, never mind only one Christian Wuttak. Yeah, the guys are doing great work. This is what it's all about. Looking there, Mr. Hennig is about 0.7 off Spitzer. 0.8 off him now as Freddie Merrily is in the pits. Freddie Mercury, I'll call him, is gone into the pits now. So in another 15 minutes, I'm going to do another onboard lap, but I want you watching on YouTube or Twitch, wherever you're watching, let me know what car you would like to see a full onboard lap with, and we will do so. 35 cars started this and still 31 remaining, which is very good. Unfortunately, one had a major steering wheel disconnect issue, but the other guys involved were living to fight another day. And as the link says in the description, whether you're watching on the Evolution Racing Academy YouTube, or even if you're watching it in my own Twitch, or if you're watching this back on the VOD on my own YouTube as well later, just make sure you contact ERA, whether it's on their website or their Discord. If you're looking to get involved with racing, all their league racing is done through registration via their website. They do host a few events on SimGrid for the likes of this endurance and other endurances that they may do, and there is an endurance season coming soon. And again, I will just give that a quick advertisement there. So it's 3 hours of Barcelona, 4 hours of Kota, 6 hours of Silverstone, 4 hours of Red Bull Ring, and that is starting soon as well. So make sure to get set up and register for that if you do enjoy these events. And as always, please like, share, subscribe, thumbs up, and everything else to support all the streams. So now Wuttak is actually 0.9 of a second off Finley Gamble. He's within that time. Jazz in the pits, Celerati is in the pits there as well. So let's see how this goes for Wuttak. Now we're on 4E left on the clock, and good battling still going on, which is nice to see. And if you're going to give a driver today, for anyone who's watching, who do you think has deserved the driver of the day so far? Or do you think there's anyone else that's might race soon enough that hasn't done a stint yet that might become driver of the day? Let us know in the description or in the comments. So that is a lap car going by. So Wuttak's gotten out of that one there, of course, with Finley in the pits. I'm assuming Glenn is going to jump in and take over that car soon enough. They are now, what, 16 seconds stopped, so another few seconds we'll surely see Glenn in. Then the race leader is in the pits, but I don't even think the P2 will catch him. He was that far ahead. He was quite a bit ahead, to be fair about it. And yeah, now Heineck doing as good of a job in P2. So looking at stint timers here actually as well. So yeah, he'll be in the pit soon. He's 1 hour and 8 minutes into this stint here. So himself and Van Ninnerman out there. So does he's going to go from the lap by the looks of it. So he's going to run this one out probably to about 1 minute or 1 hour and 15 minutes. Possibly 1 hour and 20. With the fuel tank that's on these cars. Ah, Mufasa's back in the car, my boy. 497 you want to see. Okay. So once we get to 1 hour and a half left, we'll jump on with 497. Absolutely no bother at all. And that is Freddie Mercury, as he's now called by me. Did we get Glenn Smith back in the car? We did. So let's see what Glenn can do in this stint now as well. That'll be interesting to see. So it's kind of broke up a bit now. Spitzer has kept Heineck at bay as well. Spitzer's doing a great job there. David Roth then in the shows gang. Porsche, they're now P7. Farmers P6. So Heineck is surely going to pit soon. He's 1 hour and 10 minutes now in this stint. So his tyres, I'm sure, would start to feel quite soft. Although he's been running quite good lap times, let's be fair, for that kind of stint. Last lap, a 1:45.6, so he's definitely not feeling the pressure too much being out there on older tyres. It's more so the stint timer and fuel left for him. But really, really, really strong lap times for tyres that are 1 hour and, what, 11 minutes old now. It looked like he's considering the pits this time. He's not though, he's staying out. The guy is absolutely on it. So Spitzer now under pressure as Heineck now trying to go around the outside of Spitzer. Not going to work from here, but he's right on the bumper. He's bump drafting now nearly. Getting closer. You don't want to get that bump like what happened earlier on in the race with the Beamer. So Spitzer is going to fight this one, and Spitzer is going to have the much better line through. Was able to carry a bit more speed and pulled out nearly half a second again, so worked out nicely for Spitzer this time round. Lukeson is in now in the pits as well there from P22. But I'm going to stay on with this one, as I like to keep on with the closest battles on track instead of just sitting on with the top few as well. I truly believe all drivers that are giving it everything deserve to be on the stream. And these guys are giving it everything at the minute. So he's probably getting a bit frustrated. You can see just how close he's getting there. I'm going with the bonnet view a bit cleaner for you who's watching, as the windscreen is after getting quite dirty in that car. Spitzer's nice and smooth on his steering inputs as well. Ferrari was able to take the last corner slightly nicer, but now it's all down to T1. You want to just kiss the curb on the inside, don't go up too high, and run as wide as you can on the exit using that curb, exactly as Spitzer done there. Probably a little bit room for a bit more, but it's probably given him enough just to maybe keep him comfortable for now. Although Heineck now is right within that rear and will be looking for a way by. Spitzer doing a great job defending. That's all you need to do, hold your line there, and he has it. Brilliant stuff. That's experience. That's what we're all about. And then the brother Heineck car is now in the pits from P3, and that was after an extremely long stint of 1 hour and 12 minutes. Those tyres must have been crying at the end. Van Nierman there doing a great job out in front. Heineck still in the pits. I think he might end up coming out He's what, 30 seconds out in the pits. He should probably come out ahead of Farmer. Just depends on how quick Farmer. Yeah, he should get out just comfortably ahead of Farmer. But that just means if he runs another hour and 10 minutes, he's just going to be literally splashing and dashing at the end. So that was really good stuff there, and he's still in the car on Hynek. And is what, 2.8 seconds clear of Farmer, but he's 8.9 seconds now off Christoph Peterson. Barrera stayed ahead of him, and Max Manikoff back into P2 where they belonged before the pit stop. So yeah, working out quite nicely here. Hynek now is right behind Spitzer again, and is giving it everything. Freddie Mercury, or F. Merley as he's actually known, done his personal best lap time last lap of a 1:45.480, and very, very good stuff out of him. So even though sometimes concentration can get to you in endurances, he's obviously very well set up and done a beautiful job, to be fair. Looking here in the Era Discord, looks like everyone is having good fun. Lol, just looking at some of the comments that's happening there. It's good fun. Oh, good fun. So it looks like there is one incident there, 2 hours and 22 minutes in. So a few minutes ago, Sam is looking at that one. So I'll wait to see the outcome of that one. There's been no outcome as of yet. I just have that open up in my eye view also, as I like to see what's happening with the live stewarding. Always nice to be able to give you a bit of context as to why someone gets a penalty there. And overall, there's only been 30 incidents overall, and most of them were only like minor contacts, whatever. There has been a few penalties, a few stop and goes for kind of very kind of extreme circumstances. But good stuff out of everyone. Being very well behaved and giving it all. So we're going to be close to jumping on with 497 now. And as I keep saying, just let me know what cars you'd love to see on board with. I'll try and accommodate everyone who's watching, and I'm sure you want to see your friends, teammates, whoever, get a full on board lap with, and I'm more than happy to fill in a bit of that with your demands. That's what it's all about. Hynek is trying everything, but it's just not really getting anywhere with Mr. Spitzer. Back further now, we have Parius and Harvey 0.4 of a second off each other. This is for P27 and P28 here. And they're in two different splits. That doesn't mean they won't race. That's good stuff. Parius now 0.3 of a second off Harvey. 0.2 of a second. It's definitely getting closer now. He can this for the exit. Oh, lovely exit there. Much better drive out, and now has really pushed himself into having the ideal line for the next corner. 499 is going to have to concede this one here. Although when I say have to concede it, they're trying to fight it. Looks like they were nearly going to get it done. Ferrari needs to stay ahead of him now and cut off the inside, which he has done. And that is nice racing from Parius there to take P27 from Harvey now in P28. That's exactly what racing is about. And back on now, Hynek is still not being able to get by Spitzer. So we'll leave that one live for a minute. Van der Venter is now in the pits. Put my hats off to all these guys keeping it going. Number 34 says Jackie Ryman. Now, the one ahead of you was there as well, so I might do as a double back-to-back if you want. I'll go from 497 then on to 34 for you if you like. So 497 is Freddie Mercury. Then 34 is Raymond. So I'm going to do that. So we're going to start off with Freddie, who's only starting the laps. We'll do that now. That's absolutely fantastic driving out of Freddie. So what we're going to do now, we'll jump on now with 34. Once they've finished this lap, we'll do that for you as well, as we like to try and please everybody and get everyone into it as well. So let's wait and see as he comes around for Dennis Raymond. So this will be for Jackie Raymond. So Jackie, are you a wife, sister, cousin? What are you in relation to Dennis? Although, bad news for you, it looks like he's coming into the pits. So we won't be actually doing it with 34. I'll get him later on in the stream for you, Jackie. Sorry about that. Oh, Spitzer now under the pressure. He's staying out, but they're staying side by side here. Spitzer's going to have to concede, it seems. No, they're not. These are racing hard. Let's do a headicam here. Glenn Smith's right behind this. Oh, I think they're both being cautious of each other there. Spitzer has to give it up though. But he will have the toe, and Glenn Smith was sitting there watching all this unfold. Oh yeah, Spitzer had a nice toe there. Going to get by this time, I don't think. Oh, the Ferrari gets by. Drive-through penalty for car 76. And that is for a third major incident, unsafe driving dangerously early on the brakes into heel. Multiple incidents with car 64, final warning. So that's a drive-through for car 76, and that was by the stewards, which is fair. Brandon Harvey there. So car 34 still a bit back at the minute. Spitzer now 0.7 behind Hennick. So yeah, just unlucky there. Spitzer 31 minutes into the stint. Hennick only 19. So Hennick had the slightly fresher tyres. Spitzer could be going through that phase where the tyres feel like they're graining a little bit, but then they do come back as well. So this could be one of those kind of phases of the race. So let's see how he goes with that one. The Lambo's a beautiful looking car, to be fair, the Huracan. Peterson still in P4, doing a decent old job. Mr. Ulrich de Jager for Griffin Simracing, still doing a nice job as well. Going around just looking at all the stats there. Sean is getting close now to fighting with Finn ahead. He's about a second off. He's kind of going under a second and back to a second. It keeps flashing in between both. So he is uber close to getting involved in a little bit of a battle with that Ferrari ahead. So that's what he just needs to kind of find a way to get in. He's now less than a second. They get a nice turn one, beautifully done on the entrance. Exit was perfect, other than the tiny wobble. And Finn doing enough still just to kind of keep the gap similar as well, so Finn has not put much wrong. Now, Van Niemann this time has actually lost time. He's now only 16 seconds ahead of Melenkov. Now, in terms of lap time, it's still lapping faster. I'm wondering, did they have like a bit of a moment somewhere and lost maybe 6 or 7 seconds, because even though his last lap was a 44.6, 45.3 this lap, where is Melenkov's? Maybe Melenkov just had a really good lap, let's see. But that is the gap between first and second there, you can see. It's quite a substantial gap. So 44.9, yeah, so there's maybe half a tenth here of that. Okay, so just trading places back and forth at the minute. It does seem more so than nothing else in terms of times. So we'll keep an eye on that one there. Shuan and Flynn still getting close, but not close enough. Finn still keeping about 0.8 of a second of a gap there at the minute. Van der Venter in the pits, as is Nolte in the pits. Although Nolte's coming out of the pits with huge damage, did not fix his damage. That's going to impact him massively. If he was in the pits, he should have done it, unless he was clearing a drive-through. I know that's what Van der Venter was meant to be doing, was a drive-through, but it stopped there quite a while, so I don't know whether they're giving up or what are they doing. Ronald Van Niemann absolutely flying. Lorero as well out there. Sean's doing a great job. Beautiful looking liveries on these cars. But yeah. On my showing now as well. So he's still at the same kind of lap times as Finn. Like, they're trading a half a tenth here, half a tenth there. Nate Moran, though, still leading his split by well over 2 minutes now. Heineck is leading their split with Spitzer right there, so first and second, but in touching distance of each other at the minute of their split. So Mr. Mufasa out there doing a decent job now. I think unfortunately for Mufasa and teammate, they probably should have been in the other split. Might have made them a bit handier. So Young and Parios side by side. Parios is getting the better of Young there, and away he goes through. Spriggs and Hagen looking to get involved as well. So Hagen is ahead of Spriggs at the minute. But John Spriggs is absolutely pushing the limits to try and get back up to Thomas Hagen and try and make a move happen. It's all about patience in the throttle there. So that's the view from Hagen behind. He is doing enough at the minute to stay clear of that, so good driving there. Jabreski's in the pits there in the Audi. Surprised there's no Nissans actually. Drive through for 76 still. They're sitting in the pits. I think they've given up now at this stage. I don't see any other reason. Just looking on the incident report and not much happening there. And yeah, it's been quite impressive what all the drivers' consistency has been. I would say a very high standard. I would say close to exceptional in terms of an endurance with consistency of drivers. So while there has been a few incidents, there hasn't been a mind-breaking amount of incidents. Hagen getting that position back from Spriggs. Or along for Spriggs though is getting a bit of a toe back. The Aston Martin though doing enough, has the good line. It's Mercedes power versus BMW power if you look at engine power plant wise. Oh, Hagen. Unfortunately there, but you know what? For something that could have been huge, sometimes when you lose it there, it can't be huge. That wasn't too bad. He still has the inside line. He's able to push that beamer wider, and he's able then to get into power earlier. Unfortunately for him though, that position is gone for now. So he will try his best to come back at him. On board now at Hagen. Oh no. That is unfortunate there, but I think Hagen has made sure he's come out the worst, and that would just replay that there. He was too close. It was less than a second, and unfortunately just a tiny tap. Now luckily, somehow Spriggs was able to keep that going, and that's worked out massively well for him. So Hagen, while disappointed, will be at least able to keep going. Probably have a minor bit of frontal damage, and is letting some of the lap cars go. But look, there's still a long way to go in this one. Jump on McClassen actually side by side with Wutik and gets the move done on Wutik. Great stuff there from them. I'll jump back on though in a second. Finn still holding off Schouten, but Wutik and Klassen only 0.4 off each other. Going through the bus stop there quite nicely. Showing still 0.9, but Finn's catching Hudak as well, so this is going to be an interesting little one as they keep going around. Let me see then what else is happening out there. Not much in terms of battles. These are the main battles here, and Wutak and Klassen is starting to spread out a bit as well. Glenn Smith though doing a solid job in P16. Nathan Warren then 6.6 seconds off Glenn Smith. Nathan doing an exceptional job for his team, along with Andy Polycott, and doing a great job in their split. Which is what we love to see. Trying to see what else is happening out there. Nobody in there. So Wutek still at 0.7, so Findo actually 0.4 now. That's coming down quite fast, so Mr. Finn is having a great race. Jake Finn is now 0.2 off Hudak, so Hudak here is definitely struggling. Now in terms of splits, Finn is actually 1 hour and 6 minutes out in his timer at the minute. So he's been absolutely exceptional in the Ferrari. The Ferrari seems to be amazing on its tyres in these longer stints, because they're still finding some great time here. Fair play to all of them. Finn shouting. .669 crazy. Let me see who is 669. Drozdov. 144.202 is the minute. 669 down 40 isn't in a battle, so I'm not going to be leaving this one just yet. But we will have a look at those guys later. This is where it's at the minute. So Finn from Shuhan chasing down Hudak at the minute, and Finn, don't forget, is on 1 hour and 8 minutes now of a stint, which is mad. Shuhan's on about 47 minutes, while Hudak's on 36 minutes. So Hudak has the fresher tyres here. Ah, okay. Clay, don't worry, we will get on with you and your teammates soon enough. Don't you worry. I just want to see how this little battle unfolds here. Does Finn go into the pits just yet? Looks like he's still going to stay going. No, he's gone in. He's the indicator on. Last minute done and into the pits. At least the indicator's on just enough for Shuhan to get by. So Finn is pitting now. They can easily go to the end. So this is their last stop. Just do a little bit of extra fuel and that's it. They will be doing one. And that's it. So 1 hour and 8 minutes and 51 seconds on this stint. So let's see where Finn finishes at the end. So David Shoughton now is fighting up with this Maka. Looking at the other stint timers, Van Nimmen's going to do a splash and dash near the end. Van de Hever will be due in the pit soon in P24. Finn is in the pits. Nathan Warren will be in the pits in about another 15-20 minutes. In around the hour mark left. The same for Vieira. Same for Undieger. Young will be in the pits soon. Harvey. Yeah, there's a lot of them that'll be in the pits soon, but there's a few that might be able to get it to the end, possibly. With Vasquez bringing home, it looks like number 5 to the end now. 1 hour and 12 minutes left on the clock. They should be able to do that. Farmer is starting to catch Heineken here now. Now in terms of them, they're on slightly different strategies. But we're in a second of each other. This could still play out quite nicely for them near the end of the race. Depends on how hard they fight. So there hasn't been any more incidents since 2 hours and 22 minutes. So as I say, that one's was literally coming between 21 and 31. Do we have a replay to see what's happening there? Let's have a quick look. Oh yeah, there's nothing major. That was just an unfortunate bang. I wouldn't be worrying too much about that. Yeah, and Sam sees it the same way. He classed it as a racing incident as well. So Harvey and Young out of the pits there. So Farmer is still there with Heineck, but Heineck's still doing a good job. These fresher tyres can go that bit longer. So I suppose I'll go through the positions, which I haven't done at all yet. So the biggest loser in terms of losing most positions was actually Mustafa, car number 151, down 17 positions. They had a tough start to the race, but still continuing, which is the main thing. Then you have 13 positions down as Vasquez. Probably the biggest winner in terms of positions is Hudak, who was up 22 positions into P13, started in P35. So as they started last, that's absolutely phenomenal. And then P2 is up 13 positions as well. So Sean Loureiro here is doing a great job. Up 13 position, starter P15. And yeah, done phenomenal. Glenn Smith up 4 positions. Nate Moran's actually up 7 positions from where he started as well. So the guys, even though they're leading their split, still gained 7 positions as well on the start. Spitzer and Fengler up 5, up 9 is Wutek as well. So some great stories there. Van Nimmer's obviously up 1 with JS getting the steering wheel issue and disconnecting. Which is super unlucky, but it does happen, unfortunately. So Drozdov are holding the fastest lap still at the minute, 1:44.202. 1:44.3 I think is the next one, 3:25 from Peterson, both in the Fords. And to be fair, even the guys who are slightly off the pace aren't majorly off the pace looking at the time, so being nicely raced by everybody in this so far. So Drozdov doing a great job there. Back on my farmer though, as he's trying to hunt down Heineck in P4. There is, after being a 5-second penalty awarded to 400 for an incident of 497. Do we have that? I think we do. Oh, I didn't hold the brakes. That is unlucky, but you don't hold the brakes like that, silly incidents can happen, unfortunately, and that'll be a lesson learned. Now let me see what else is happening on this circuit. So Shohan and Hudak are after swapping positions there. Missed off the stream. Vasquez only 0.7 of a second off Glenn Smith. Of course, Vasquez I think is only 5 minutes out of the pit, so they'll be going to the end most likely in the Ferrari, while Glenn will have another pit stop at some stage whenever he feels like it. It'll give then a splash and dash kind of sprint run then for Finley to the end, if it is in case Finley taking over. So Clay, soon enough I will be doing an onboard with your teammate, and then with number 34 I think once Jackie Raynham's better half or family member gets back in the car. I'm with Ben Nulty here at the minute. I wonder has Ben got to do with Leo Nulty? That'll be interesting to see. I would have known Leo from when I worked in Mondello years ago. So Ben getting a nice draft here. Possibly he's not getting involved with it because he could have got by there. He's got P2 right behind him now as well, so Ben will unfortunately have to move out of the way soon enough. Can anyone that's part of the 34 team let me know, is Ben related to Leo? Just want to see the Irish flag, and obviously motorsport and sim racing kind of goes hand in hand, so I'll be interested to know if he's adding to Leo. Now Sean Loureiro next in P9. Spitzer ahead in P8. Spitzer still behind Hennick 2.5 seconds. But that's kind of stated that it hasn't dropped off much. Loureiro's after pitting, so I will expect Loureiro to come back up throughout this. Spitzer's now 51 minutes and 58 seconds into a stint. I can see him going to about 45th minute or so, and then I can see Fengler coming in then to bring that car home. Shoon is still trying to find a way with Merrily there. And there he gets it. Freddie Merrily is now in the bits. And we'll lose a bit more time, but fix the damage is definitely worth fixing it. For the last bit, Drozdov still flying out there. So Clay, once he comes around next lap, I will jump on with you on board for yourself. Peterson running in P2, a minute and 5 seconds off Van Nimmer. So Van Nimmer actually has a pit stop in hand if you want to pit twice. Not that you need to. I'm assuming Peterson will be in the next 10-15 minutes. I would, give or take. And doing a great job is Peterson up 2 positions as well, that team. And if they can hold off P2 to the end, not just in the race but in their split, they'll be absolutely delighted with that. As Freddie Merrily is in the pit still, with Vasquez now through Glenn, and Nathan's gone through as well. And I'm sure Nathan's due in the pit soon as well. Yeah, he's 55 minutes of a stint there as well. So he will be definitely getting involved with that one. So Merrily comes out probably in P18, maybe P19 actually, because P19 is coming around. And that'll be for split position as well. Although no, Merrily is back going now, 1 minute and 2 minutes, so that was huge damage. Fixed, but at least it's fixed now and it's done and dusted. He just needs to get the head down now for the next hour and 3 minutes or so and bring that car home. There might be an extra lap depending on when that counter goes 0 and where Van Nimmerman is on the track. Merrily and Fiera now, or Fiera racing out of the pits there. Of course, Merrily only out of the pits there, so it might take a minute for the tyres to get up to temp, as well as the brakes after being out of the race. But it's nice to see the car back fixed up and going again. Fiera though will not be giving him an easy time. Fiera though is on 57-minute old tyres. While they'll be running quite light, I'm sure they'll be feeling it in terms of pace. So let me see, where are we with 669? Is it 669? Yeah, it is. So another 40 minutes or so, or 40 seconds or so, I'll jump on with his lap there, as I got totally sidetracked looking at all the other racing going on. Nathan Warren 0.9 of a second off Swiss, so Nathan's actually catching Glenn here at the minute. So 45.9 versus 46.4 in terms of time last lap around. So it's 49. So yeah, there hasn't been an incident in 10 minutes now. Don't want to jinx that. That's nice for the guys. It hasn't been too busy after the first. Normally the first hour is probably the more busy time, which it looks like it was. And then it kind of dwindled off. So that's very, very handy. 81.8 of a second off Mr. Smith. Well, Jason Farmer here all over the back. So I'm going to jump on though, as I promised, with 669. Good stuff there out of him. So we got the lap in with 669. So great lap there. So we're down under the hour mark now, guys. We're three quarters of the way done now at this stage. And still some good battling going on track there. Farmer and Heineck, Lorario and Spitzer still going at it as well. So yeah, good fun happening. And Drozdov getting involved with the Farmer incident now. He's now 0.8 of a second off. Yeah, it's been quite a good event so far, and I'm really going to just easily emphasize this, or emphasize it. Like, at the end of the day, watching this, you're going to understand how good the endurance series is going to be. So make sure all of you teams that are racing here today sign up for the endurance series. It's 4 races and quite diverse tracks and nice different times as well. The 6 hour will be fun. The 3 hour and 4 hour can be done solo. I remember doing a 4 hour solo Spa. I done it in an old BMW M6, and my good friend Oliver Anderson done it in the V12 Aston, and we had the best of fun as well. Both of us ended up finishing in the top 10. But I don't know whether that was just pure luck or consistency. The cars are probably too slow to crash compared to the others. But I'd recommend you just get signed up for the endurance series. And of course, if you're looking then to get involved with league racing with the team, the link's in the description. Go to the website, register today and sign up, and you will be able to get license up and build your way up down to the higher tiers. And of course, always get help. It's in the name. It's an academy. It's for new drivers, not just fast and experienced. It's for the new as well. As Farmer's made a bit of an error there, but lives to fight another day and goes down to P5, but at least he's not dropped off too much from him. At the end of the day, you prefer a small incident like that instead of getting damage. And Christian Fengler is now out in P11. 57 minutes to go. Easily done. He tried to get a little bit of warmth into the tyres there. See a little bit of loading that he done. And it's going to take him a minute or two just to get re-eyed up into it, unless he's got a few practice laps in. So that's Sean right behind him. But Sean is an hour and 4 minutes into their stint. They'll be in the pit soon as well. So Christian doesn't even need to worry about them. Thomas Hagen still going good and strong, and somehow kept that kind of small minor bump out of his head, and has done a good job to keep it going nice and steady there, running P20. Fiera P19, I think it was a Spriggs that he had a tip with. Can't remember who it was at this stage, but all going nice and strong. David Schoen and the Flying Dutchman in P12 doing a lovely job there. Still is behind Fengler, of course, will be in the pit soon, but has had some really good steady pace as well. Christian is not worried at all about that. Drozdov now getting quite close to Hanek there as well. Drozdov should be having the pit actually again, looking at the timer. He's not going to have enough fuel, so that'll be a splash and dash near the end as well. Not going to do tyres, and if he's going to do tyres, he's better off doing the tyres now and just going again to the end. If not, it's going to be very close. Would they dare turn down the engine? Try and fuel save to the end and just try and get that stint done. It'd be a brave manoeuvre if they do try it. Not sure it would work out though. So we've got Sean Hudak in the pits as well. They're going in for their last ones now. Sean done a stint there of an hour and 5 minutes, and that one Hudak done a 55 minute and 15 second stint as well. So all doing good stuff. Kristen Fengler now has a bit of free air. He's 30 seconds clear to the next car or more now at this stage. Guerrero and Hanek now only 0.2 of a second off, so getting super close. Oh, looks like he's let him through. Hasn't at all got involved in it, and that's because they are different splits at the end of the day, so that was a smart move. No point getting involved with someone that you don't need to get involved with. So that was a very smart move there. So Drozdov, Farmer, and the other Hunnick are all in a good battle as well. And the tip of the wall is not. You don't want to be doing that too often because the damage will start building up when you do that. So yeah, he definitely just needs to keep that down. But looking at other than that, then it's kind of split up. We'll know where everyone is once the last few pit stops are done. Peterson will be in soon. Van Niemen shortly will be in the next 15-20 minutes. Quarter splash and dash. Drozdov, well, he can do a third change as well because he's that much of a gap. Hanek, I'm assuming will be in again. Then the likes of Farmer. Possibly, yeah, the other Hanek will have to come in. Klassen, Woltak will have to come in again. Hicks, possibly. Jazbreski will have to come in again because that audio I don't think holds enough. Thomas Hagen will be soon enough coming in. The Jaeger will soon enough be coming in. Yeah, there's quite a few still yet to pit, actually, just looking at the stint timers. So still a lot of excitement to come, and the chess game will start to slowly reveal its final few moves as we come down to 53 minutes here of the era 4 hour of Watkins Glen. And it's been an absolute pleasure to commentate on the racing so far. It's been a very high quality of racing and very high quality of even the people, as you say, learning and back markers with the blue flag etiquette and that as well. So it's been a really refreshing bit of commentary. And I hope you do keep supporting all of ERA with their endurances, their leagues and everything else. Obviously they put a lot of work into it with the website as well. And of course, with my own channels, I'd love a bit of support as well as I keep doing commentary on various leagues and various races. But more so, make sure tonight to make sure to follow ERA. Their website is going to be in the link of this stream as well, so make sure you register up, or even if you're not even interested in racing and just want to get a fan of watching their streams, or even if you want to get involved, I'm sure, with staff, and they mightn't say no, or if you want help on how to get better, it is an academy as well, so there's many reasons why you should and can join. As these guys are giving on a nice little show, staying in tandem. Hennick still doing a nice job also. If you look on the wing, that's what he's looking at behind him. Then ahead he is looking at this car right there, running a little bit wider. Drozdov coming up behind a back marker. I think that's Gel, is it? That's just ahead of them. It is Gel. So P10 will have to get out of the way soon as Peterson is in the pits. Interesting stuff. So Peterson there, that was a nice old stint from him. 1 hour and 4 minutes and 55 seconds. This means only a 50-minute stint then for their teammate. How are you doing, Chris? Are you keeping well, mate? I don't know how I still have a voice, but I am speaking a little bit lower with the mic towards me as well, because I have family over and there are young kids that are asleep as well. So I don't want to be waking them up. So I actually have been speaking lower, but the mic's kind of to me, so that's probably helped. And I've drank about 3 litres of water so far. Somehow I haven't needed to pee. But we keep going. So yeah, Drozdov is doing a decent job. He's pulled a little bit of time back. Farmer under probably a bit of pressure to get the move done at this stage because he's sitting there quite a while and does have to pit soon. So it'd be nice for him to maybe make a move and put a bit of pressure, but they are teammates as well, so they might just be running in tandem as well and under a bit of team orders as Peterson comes out of the pits. Didn't fix the minor damage that's there. Comes out in P7 from P2, so now is still Peterson that's in the car? No. It's Chris Vance that's in the car, so Chris is going to be bringing it to the end. Just noticed that change there. So Chris will be bringing this back. Farmer still pushing away, but I'm going to jump back down a bit because Hicks versus Glenn Smith is on the cards, and both of these then running different races. Hicks is only out of the pits. Glenn Smith is about 50 minutes into his race. Can Glenn hold him off even for 10-15 minutes and then get his pit stop done, let Finley gamble in? Because Glenn can easily pull it another 10-15 minutes if he's feeling comfortable in the car there. Oh, wow, that was murder. Let's go back and watch this. So he got a much better traction on the exit, and Glenn was just taking his drive racing line as normal. That was, oh, that's the difference of fresh tires and tires that are not there. But I let the stewards advise on that one. Mr. Mijak Jerbeski then in P15, but that's Glenn. They're going to be dropping down into P15 now. Huge damage on the front of that car. Not at all what he wanted. Super unlucky down P16 now, and is going to lose a bit more time there. Andy Polycott, though, my man, running P1 in a split and nearly 2 minutes clear of Thomas Hagen, who is P2 of his split at the minute. So yeah, I'm so happy for Nathan and Andy Polycott. A deserved win if they are able to manage getting this to the end without any issues. Jason Farmer doing a great job there, still putting the pressure on, but I'm sure at this stage might just decide on the pits. Although no, he was looking racy still, he's staying going. So I don't know what the crack is with these. I still think Jason has more pace, but yet the team orders are not happening. Like if I was running a few teams, I'd maybe ask him just get out of the way for now. His stint is up before yours, but he is faster. This would be one of those Alonso Massa things. Felipe Fernando is faster. Or Rubens lets Schumacher through. It looks like it's about to happen. For me, that probably should have happened 15 minutes ago. Because you're holding up teammates for no real reason, because you're not really fighting each other, because you're on different strategies there. Like there's a big difference in stint time as well. Like there's 14-15 minutes of a difference. But you live and learn, and that's what endurances are about. You're never going to get everything perfect. As Ja comes out for his last stop. So Glenn's in the pits. There's going to be quite a bit of damage with that one there. He's now 1 minute and 3 seconds stopped. I'd say another 10 seconds or so. It looked like about 45 seconds worth of damage. Let's see how long more. So guys, anyone watching the stream, let me know a car that you'd love to see an onboard lap with. We'll go on and onboard in the next few minutes. Put in the number of the car you would like to see a full onboard with, and I'd be more than happy to accommodate. So while that's happening, on my Jan De Venter is just sitting in the pits. I'm not understanding why they're sitting there for 40 minutes at this stage. So I'll jump on with Sampa Pelleretti. These guys, I'm absolutely tip the hat to them, are still going 12 laps down and giving it everything, and that's exactly what it is all about. So great job from these guys in P30. Then you have Ben Nolte then in P29. Still want to know if he's in relation to Neo Nolte, if anyone knows. P28 then is Mr. Matthew East, and of course Liam Real Time Gaming or Real Team Gaming on my Twitch was noticed him there and was popping in to say hello earlier. Then we have Cameron Ray in P27, Adrian Murad in P26, Ariel Ja in P25, Rob van der Heever in P24, Adam Stewart in P23, Lewis Jobert in P22, Professional Haters in P21. Then we have Damien Baroni in P20, Finley Gamble now out in P19. P18 then we have Terence Vieira. P17 is Andy Polycott. P16 then is Freddie Mercury as I call him, or Freddie Merley as he's actually known. P15 is Jabarski, gonna ruin his name. P14 is Thomas Hudak. Ben Hicks is in P13. Mike Vasquez is in P12. Mr. Kevin Wetzel is in P11. Christian Fengler is in P10. Make that P9 in a minute maybe. As Chris Heiniak is coming out there. It looks like he's holding P9 actually. Christian not too far off in 2.7 seconds. Then we have Rayan Gel in P8. Modra Klassen in P7. Chris Vance in P6. That sounds like a name you'd hear off The Simpsons or something, Chris Vance. Sean Lorario in P5. 5-second penalty for car 10 for the minor collision. Car 400. P9 then is C. Hennick. P8 is Orgel. P7 is Klassen. Sorry, I was gotten totally confused there. Chris Vance then in P6. Loraro in P5. Then Ron Hennick in P4. Then Jason Farmer P3. Then we have Pavel Drozdov in P2. And Ronald Van Nimmen, who's just been exceptional from start to finish, still driving in P1. He will be in the pits soon enough for his final stop. As we have 42 minutes left on the clock. So now, is there anyone who we will do an on board with? I've already done quite a few cars. Let me check over here. So I might do then. I'm gonna go on board with Mr. Nulty once he comes around to start up. Or is there anyone only starting a lap that I can do it with? Go with Wetzel. So P 1 minute and 40 seconds. Yeah, we go on now. A lovely lap there from him. Just a little bit of tap of the wall at the end there, but nicely done. The pit lane is getting quite busy now. Farmer's in the pits, Heineck's in the pits, Klassen's in the pits. And there was a few more just came out of the pits there as well while that lap was on. So now it's getting really, really interesting. Let's see how that goes now. 5-second penalty for car number 10 versus an incident with car number 400. Let me have a look at that one there. 10 or 400. Let's jump on with it. It's going through. Okay, a little bit of a touch. Not much. Not much at all. But this one here, I just want to look back at this one, McLaren. That was crazy. Ouch. Yeah, he will be feeling that one until tomorrow. Blue flags out there now, so it's not as close as I was expecting it near the end. Although there's a few still yet to pit, so Drozdov's yet to pit, Van Ninnerman's yet to pit. Vance, though, is now behind. Sean Lorerio is ahead, and they don't have to pit again if they have enough fuel, so interesting now. How have they lost out in a position? This is the joys of endurance chess. Yes, Andy Polycott is doing a phenomenal job. Him and Nathan Warren, he is quite clear now of Moroni in P2. Hayter is in P3. Adam Stewart is in P5, actually. P4 is Lucas Jobart. Van Heverden is in P24. I think Moroni is... Yeah, so he would be teammates then with the other guys. So they're still in P2 after the pit stop. Yeah, 9 minutes ago that happened there. I missed that while I was doing other stuff. So, yeah, it's pretty much flat out racing now towards the end. Pending penalties, 400 uncleared by race control. Okay, so there was incidents removed from 400. I don't know why that was. Interesting. Let's see what goes, but yeah. Nolte is in the pits now, so is it going to be Remen back in the car or not? Does have a bit of rear damage on that car as well. Five-second penalty to car 10 has been just deployed. Okay, see the incident with 555 and 31 from earlier is now under review, which I think would be correct, because and then I found that one would have been surprising. So let's see how the guys go and handle that one. To be fair, they've not gotten much wrong as well, and I think that's one thing people need to appreciate doing live stewarding. It's very hard to get it right all the time and so quickly, but you know, I'm gonna give my tip my hat to them. There's not many of the incidents that I would have went different about, so they've done a great job. And let's see how that other one plays out as well. So Ben Nolte is staying out until the end. He is now 35 minutes left in this stint. So I'm assuming Rommel will be in soon, surely. So it's still kind of spread out now. I'm expecting maybe Heineck and Fengler to maybe get involved in a fight soon. Maybe Vasquez, Klassen, maybe Joe Bartate or even further down. Van der Venter has given up, unfortunately. Ronald Van Nimmerman doing a good job there. He's the hazards on for some reason. Maybe just saying thank you to all the back markers getting out of the way and just leaving it on constantly because they're all being quite good. On with Jason Farmer now. Doing now decent one. Kristen is actually up into P9, I've noticed. So they're still running P2 in their split, but they're 5.3 seconds off Heineck, who's running P1 in their split. And very similar stint times, 10 minutes splitting them, so both will be going to the end. So I think Lorero might actually get up into P2, possibly, because I don't think Drozdov's going to pull it all the way to the end. I don't think there's enough fuel in that car. Then again, who knows? I'm not in the team to know, but we're looking at the stint time with the time left, and that Ford being a little bit on the thirsty side, I cannot imagine it actually lasting all the way to the end. But good stuff out of everybody this evening, because it's not easy doing this. 3.5 hours nearly gone with 32 minutes and 20 seconds left. And the drive-through still hasn't been done by Van Venter. Matthew East has a 5-second penalty. Klassen's holding a 10-second penalty. Or 5-second as well, sorry. And 117 laps at the minute now gone. So that's quite a job. So it looks like Van Venter has left the race now. Yeah, so they've given up now. And that was, what, nearly an hour ago that they actually gave up, but I suppose sitting in, watching it and enjoying it may be fair. So the other incident is still under review. I'm keeping an eye on that one there because I'd like to give you what the change on that is once they've done it. A new incident 4, 9, 8 and 10. Let's have a quick look at that one. Oh, it looks like the Ferrari just mulled through him. But that's only from that angle. We'd have to see it from the other angle. Let's look at it from 498's perspective. Oh, it's not giving another camera to it. Oh no, he was... I have to look at that from another camera view. I'm not going to be able to give a fair thought process in that one. But the stewards will have the time to go through the different angles and give the judgment. So Christian Fengler is 7 seconds off now. I don't think he's going to make an impression on Heineck, but Christian's saying to be happy with P5. P2 is where they are. And without any other incidents, that's where they'll finish. In their split, obviously, 9th overall. Polycott seems destined for P1 in their split with Nathan. And 16th overall in the bronze split. So, some strong racing going on. But, yeah, this guy here, Rommel, he's 1 minute and 27 seconds ahead. Now, it does have to pit. He's on 1 hour and 9 minutes now, and probably will pit in the next few minutes. What a strong performance. Even with the pit stop, he's still about 30 seconds clear. Look, that's phenomenal. Super strong performance there. Of course, JS had been quite fast in qualifying, but unfortunately, with the disconnect and losing positions in the race, I just think it just wasn't his day. But these things happen. It's all part of racing, to be fair. So he is stopped in for the last time. There's no point watching a car that we know is going to stay in the lead. Let me see. No one's really that close, although Heineken Gel might be close soon. Trubisky's just after dropping into Polycot's radar, though carrying quite a bit of damage on that Audi, but is on fresh enough tyres, so I reckon he possibly might get by Polycot, and Polycot's not going to get in the way of him. They're different split cars. He's not going to be worrying too much about that at all. He's just more going to be focused on getting that car home and getting it to the finish now and getting that win in his respective split at this stage. Let's see how this one goes. So looking back 0.1 of a second now with Polycot. I can nearly see Polycot. I'll just move out of the way. Not as of yet. And I see for car number 10 for the incident with Fortnite, 10 seconds for causing a collision. It was a similar incident to what happened with Glenn Smith's one, as he was turning for the corner as well as the other Beamer was, so it'll be interesting to see how they handle that other incident. But yeah, Trubisky now will surely be left by Polycot. Polycot now will see that and just be like, right, get out of it. He's not. He's making him work for it. And that's fine. He's done it the right way. Let off the throttle a bit. Get by me that way. Classing 20 seconds of penalties now for the last two incidents, a 5-second and a 15. So that's going to be tough for him now. That's going to pop him down the road a little bit, but it's, you know, you do the crime, you have to pay the time there. As Drozdov drops a position as Farmer gets by. So Farmer on a bit of a push again, and that's fresh enough tyres. And next up the road for him then is Vance. And Vance Refrigeration. He's part of the office. Looking then, I still think Lorio's done enough to, I think, get this one. Yeah, he's only 39 seconds gone. Yeah, he's more than enough. He's 10 seconds clear of Vance, which is great. Now he's a minute behind Van Nimmeren, who stopped for 35 seconds as well. So, wow, that's mega pace. Mega pace. Hynek now and Gel are about 0.4 of a second off each other. And it stays around 0.6 of a second after that one as well. Which is nice to see. Let's see if they can keep this one going. And the commentator's boot looking there, no one in as of yet there. So Hennig has got by Gel, not a problem at all. Sorry, I was looking just at the chats going on. And yeah, that's been coming a while there now, and the Hennig there is on a slightly fresher set of rubber by about 14 minutes or so as well, so quite a good bit of fresher rubber really, to be fair. Amount of laps done now at the minute, it looks like 121 laps for the race leader. Gel and Hennig are on 119, so 2 laps behind at the minute. We're down to 24 minutes left now, give or take a few seconds on the clock. So there's been good racing throughout. Very impressed with a lot of these drivers. Lucasen and Stewart right on it now as well. 0.3 of a second in it. 0.1 now. Bimmer versus Bimmer. Bucktooth versus Bucktooth. I don't know about all this mad swerving. He's got the job slightly done for now, but has the worst line. Gotta leave room. Looks like Lucasen has got the position, and Stewart now has dropped off a tenth of a second. Luke's coming back. This is where we're going to see a bit of door banging and rubbing his racing. So let them off with it. 4 incidents on the pending, and looks like NFA in the incident with 555 and 31 that was under investigation. So that decision stayed by the looks of it. Van Nimmer now is after doing the fast lap of 144.1, so he's kind of let people think, he's going to have the fastest lap, and he comes back and takes it near the end. Yeah, he's just being quality. Really and truly, it's just being quality. So, Rangel, about 1.1 seconds off Hennick now, and it's Hennick and Hennick. 2 different splits there, so it looks like Hennick is going to win. So, Chris Hennick, should I say, is going to win on the silver side of things at the minute. Christian now is about 12 odd seconds off, while Ryan Hennick is keeping Christian at bay for now. They'll still have a bit of race, I'm sure, throughout, which is absolutely fine at this stage of it. It's not going to make a difference in this split. Now, so guys, for one last time, all of you that are watching, there's 31 of you watching, let me know a car who you'd love to see an onboard lap with. It will be the last one before we bring in the last 20 minutes of this race. So let me know by the 20th minute. I will choose one of the numbers, just pop into the chat. So let me know who you'd love to see a full onboard lap with. So looking at the incidents coming up that's in, it looks like they're all racing incidents. Except for the 34 one hasn't been looked at by the looks of it yet. So all pending ones look like racing incidents. So Adrian Murad as well, down to P26, looking good. And looking feisty. Keeping it going. 26th position for him. Matthew East for AA Driving School, still doing a phenomenal job there. That looks like Moroni overtaken. It is. And that Aston Martin. And looks like we have a bit of action here now with Hennick and Melikhanov. Melikhanov on fresher rubber by 12 minutes. Hennick though, oh look at the damage though on Hennick's car, wow. Or Melikhanov's car, didn't see that coming. That is quite big. 669. Do I see any incidents for him there? 669. No, not been pulled up since that. Farmer as well with fans right on it. So there's a drive through. It looks like they're coming for 499. I'll give you the incident as it gets put up. But yeah, Farmer is chasing down Vance Refrigeration as Heineck and Melikhanov side by side. Melikhanov keeps in front for now, although with the power of that Ford might keep it there for quite a bit. Ford is doing a great job. So Vance Refrigeration, I'm actually going to do it on board with Vance, I think, once they come around, because that'll be a nice one. So with the 499 drive-through causing a collision accidentally, followed by failure to hold brakes causing a collision with car 669. That's absolutely a spot on one. So Melikanov and Heineck swapping positions there as Heineck gets through. Melikanov doing their best, but obviously that front end damage is going to be super, super tough. And as we have Farmer looking to try and get a podium position from Mr. Vance Refrigeration. So 3 laps for them to serve with that drive-through. I'm going to jump on with Vance here now, and I'm going to show up for the last time and get into a good stream. Oh, interesting move there. That escalated quickly. Right, let's look from the outside there. 3 wide never really works. Forward. With the track narrowing. Oh my god, that is just so unlucky. If I look at that again, because it doesn't look like. I might stay on with Vance for that one and just do the driver shot, because it didn't look like he actually moved the steering. It looks like that was more just unfortunately. The wheel that was at the back. That's the wrong one. Side by side, his steering is straight. Yeah, it's the track natural progression. Dang. Maybe should have put a bit of room to the right, but the other car was on the right hand side. Oh, like I would personally say, due to the track just naturally getting thinner on the outside there, it was just unlucky. But with so many people involved now, that's Lurdo is definitely sticking in P2, Vance P3, Farmer P4. Hennick, unfortunately, was actually the innocent person in all of this. He was on the inside line, had nothing to do with the incident at the outside, but then unfortunately when the cars went, knocked him off. That is super unlucky. 15-second time penalty, it looks like, is going to car number 1. That's just unlucky. The last 15 minutes, it's not exactly the kind of thing that you want to be happening. That's what happens when you try to take 3 wide with the way the track does thin out and gives you more grass on the left side just as it goes into the braking zone. Unfortunately, none of them wanted to give up position there, so these things can happen. Geldo catching up with the other Heineck, is it looks like, no, he's still going half a second. So they've changed it to 15 seconds to 369 for causing a collision, which, to be honest, I think is actually the fair penalty. So well done, lads, on seeing that there. That's fantastic, Jordan. Oh, 15-second penalty. No, that's very fair. Vance has 15 seconds on him. Looking back, Gel and Heineck are giving a good fight. Farmer is in the pits. That's obviously for damage because he was only 24 minutes out there. Was probably clearing up that 15 seconds as well. So Lorero was definitely popped in there. Vance has stayed out. with some damage, but I think he's done the right thing. Then Hynek is behind catching up again. Stop and go cleared for 499 now as well, so at least that's out of the way. Honestly, I just feel bad for 69 here in all of this because I'm pretty sure he was the innocent party in all of this. As well, number one was kind of innocent in that as well because he didn't move his steering wheel, didn't turn in, it was just keeping it straight. As number 420 here is, oh, let me see this now. So someone's after leaving the race. It looks like it's 369. Yeah, 369 is now left after that incident. And the stewards didn't get it wrong. We backed the stewards all day and the decision there with that one, so it's just unfortunate you need to take it on the chin and move on with it. Sometimes racing goes with you and goes against you. It's hard always making those decisions while racing. As Jar runs a little bit wide there. So Heineken and Vance now down to less than a second, and rightly so. Vance's 15 second was cleared as it wasn't his incident. So it's going to be a good dogfight between these all the way to the end. Though Vance probably has more damage than Hynek, and to be honest with you, Hynek, I feel might have the pace to get back up there, but there is only 12 minutes to do so. Let's see how he does this. So he's run a bit wide there. Vance still doing enough to stay ahead at the minute. Back further, it looks like Hicks and Vasquez. 1.3 seconds could be a little tasty bit of a challenge soon enough. Fengler sitting in P8 quite comfortably now. 16 seconds clear of Wetzel in P9. Down to 0.9 of a second there, but doing a good job. Jean Stewart as well, getting quite close position for 24th and 23rd with under 11 minutes left. This will be getting quite tasty now. We're getting to see a few more battles starting to show their heads into this one. We'll go back on Hynek there now. 0.5 of a second off Vance. I feel he's going to get the job done with no damage. He's got amazing pace. Oh, number one's after getting a 30-second penalty there. Interesting. What was that for? 1 and 10. I'm just going to go back on. So he got it for forcing 10 off the track, causing a collision. Ooh. Technically, he wasn't in control of the car. Hennig here now is going to get the move done, surely on track anyway, regardless of penalties. I actually feel bad for number one now because I feel not being in control. Yes, you know, the first part of the incident wasn't got to do with him, and he was just a bystander for the second part as well. That's a tough one to swallow for him. As surely Heinek's going to get this done in the next few corners there. Like he, massive pace there, carrying more speed than through the last corner. See, this is where the Mustang's going to be absolutely strong, though, is these long straights. Vance back in front for now. Hennick, though, might try a little switchy. No, I should have thought it's going to have much more power here. He's just going to have to keep going through. Oh, look at this. Nice stuff. Vasquez as well. Looking to try get moved on Hicks behind. The other battle, he's gonna lost a bit of time there, but Hennick here now. This is as close as you're gonna get. He needs to get the job done before going into the last corner just to try and build some kind of gap going around it, because he's able to carry much more speed if he wants to get the move done on track. Quite 1 of a second still. He's able to break so much later. He's trying to hang it around the outside. He needs to get it done now. What a move. Well done there from Heinrich. Good stuff there. Klassen still going. So Vance got through, back on with Vasquez and Hicks though. 7 minutes and 3 seconds left in this race. Let's see how that one goes. Six of a second clear. Looks like a position change here for Jan Stewart. Oh, let's get a quick look at what happened here. Shows nose of the inside. Yeah, I would say that's just the Bimmer's fault. Bangan's race and I let them race there. I don't know what way he was trying to defend there, but it didn't work out for him at all. In the end, he lost the position by quite a bit. That's Vasquez now, 0.5 of a second off Hicks. Gel and Heinrich. The other Heinrich that is now, not P3 Heinrich. 0.6 of a second off each other and closing. Vasquez and Hicks there as well, sticking in around a half second as well, so still not fully over yet. See how this one goes. Ooh, he's done it. He's made it work. I thought he might have ran a bit too wide, but he hasn't. Nicely done. So Gel here, still 0.8 off. Farmer is in the pits. Was this for the 15-second penalty he's getting rid of? Don't know what was going on there. So the race leader with less than 5 minutes to go, 1 minute and 23 seconds clear. And doing a phenomenal job. Gel and Hennick still close enough. Hicks and Vasquez is not over. Hicks is trying to get back up. Hicks is pushing him along here at the minute, so interesting. It's chipping, chopping and changing. 4 minutes left. 498 and 68 incidents, yeah. Let the stewards sort that. They haven't given a decision on that one as of yet. 0.2 a second off for Hicks. Still good stuff. I'm delighted with everyone. Still 30 cars finishing. Sampi Pilarati in the Ford in P30. Dennis Rahman in P29. Matthew East in P28. Cameron Ray in P27. Jason Farmer in P26 but still in the pits. AJ Murad in P25. Adam Stewart in P24. Oriel Ja in P23. Rob Van Hever in P22. Sebastian Lechusen in P21. Jobert, so Lucas Jobert in P20. Then we have Damien Maroney in P19. Finley Gamble in P18. Terence Vieira in P27. 17, sorry. Andy Policott in P16. Jazobeski in P15. Freddie Mercury in P14. Thomas Hudak in P13. Mike Vasquez in P12. Ben Hicks in P11. Then the top 10 at the minute is Mondre Klassen in P10. Kevin Wetzel in P9. Christian Fengler in P8. Ryan Gell in P7. Chris Heineck in P6. Max Melenkov in P5. Chris Vance Refrigeration in P4. Rowan Hennick in P3. Sean Lerero in P2 and Roman Van Nimmen in P1. Now, P1 in the top split is Van Nimmen, in then the silver split it is Chris Heineck, and then Andy Policott is leading in the bronze split as well. So 3 different races going on and three good things, yeah. Just good racing from them all. What's that? 499 driving all sorts of strange. Farmer must have had an issue. I think he's been in the pits for a while. Yeah, I think so as well. Now I know he did have a penalty. Whether that was the case now, as Jobert and Lockison swap positions. It is not over yet with 1:11 on the clock. There is going to be one more lap. Looking at the time, so this is the second last lap, so we'll jump onto the leader now in a minute for the last one, unless something happens elsewhere. This is the closest battle. Here is Gell and Hennick, but then again, it's different splits. It's not going to make any difference, but this one could do with the Jobert Lucasen in terms of getting P3 in their split in bronze, so this still means something, but unfortunately for Jobert now, he's being checked out by Lucasen, who's now 1.4 seconds up the road. So Gel's still there as well. So soon enough, we will be going on to the last lap, and it's going to be given completely to the leader for what has been an exceptional race for him. He did start and get up into P2 and was stuck behind Jayash, got by Jayash, and it's kind of just been sailing for him. So really, really, really amazing racing here. So he is on his final lap. 4 hours of Watkins Glen in 1 minute and 45 seconds or so time will be Rommel Van Nimmen's victory. And very well earned. He'd solo this one as well. And that is some great data for him as well on this track, but also just in general, nice to be able to get in there and put in the work, put in the time, and come out with a W. Fair play to Era for hosting this event. Fair play to the live stewards who've been working in the background to get all the stewarding done in a timely manner, which they have been successful doing. And doing it as good as they can do, I suppose, given the time frame to get the turnaround done. And well done to all you drivers who have made it to the race and have been involved. We've lost 5 drivers out of 30 over a 4-hour endurance event. I would class that as a very, very good event. You normally see quite a bit more than that have given up. So I love to see the tenacity of the drivers, that they're dedicated, and you know, whether they're first or last, they're sticking it through. So fair play to them. And don't forget to like, subscribe, thumbs up to all the channels, and go to evolutionracingacademy.com as well. I think it is for registering for the leagues with ERA or for the next event, but follow them on SimGrid also, as Romuald van Nimmen crosses the line to take the win here in the 4 hours of Watkins Glen. That was 136 laps completed also. Absolutely brilliant stuff out of him. So P2, Sean Loureiro will be coming across the line in a second. He is pretty much a lap behind nearly. That was unbelievable there. But a great job done. Heineck's actually after crossing the line already, as is Vance. So they're all starting to come through. So Chris Heineck is going to come first in the silver split, with Christian Fengler second and Wetzel in third. And then it'll be Polycott from Moroni from Lacheson then as well in that split. That's been absolutely brilliant. Brilliant stuff out of everyone. Let all these cross the line, and as I was saying there, don't forget to sign up for the 3 hours of Barcelona, 4 hours of Kota, 6 hours of Silverstone, and then the 4 hours of the Red Bull Ring, which will be happening with ERA quite soon. Register with them on SimGrid, go onto their website, register up as well to get involved with all of that also. So yeah, let's see now how this one goes. I'm not sure if the race leader is in a chat. He is not. So they're all going to do a lap in, I think, by the looks of it. Nice one. Okay guys, so I'm gonna say thank you very much for watching the stream. Fun to watch and listen to between stints. No bother talking, Doctor. Thank you for watching. I want to thank everyone who has watched, who has interacted and talked, told me who to get on the onboards with, who's liked the stream as well. And until the next time on your racing channel, have a lovely evening and a great weekend, and thank you again for watching.